Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we are going to do a lot of things. A lot of things. I'm just going to quickly check the audio. All right, let me know if you're hearing me okay, but it sounds like it's working on my end. But today we are going to dye some yarn while I work on filming some episodes of Dye Pot Weekly. We are going to do some Paradise Fiber, Fiber of the Month Club unboxings at some point when sitting down, chilling, and waiting. And I'll try to remember to timestamp that so that way if you want to jump ahead to that, if you're watching the replay later, then you can do that. And yeah, that's I guess the main thing that we'll be doing today. Now, I do have a Patreon, and over there, one of the perks I give patrons is that every month I do a live stream for patrons and for channel member postdocs, where I will live stream while working on an episode of Dye Pot Weekly. So you can see, sometimes I'll just what else I do that maybe doesn't end up being part of the edited episode. And so that's sort of what we're doing today, especially because one of the videos I'm planning on working today is something that will be a lot of time lapse in the actual episode of Dye Pot Weekly. And so we can chat while I do that, and it should be fun. One of the reasons why I'm doing this is to stream and have fun. And the other is that I need to just get more videos that aren't edited yet that I have as backup for just in case like something big or whatever happens in my life again. So that is that reason. Now, disclosures. I am a Paradise Fibers affiliate, and I'm also a KnitPicks affiliate and Amazon, really, which means that if you make purchases after clicking on any of my affiliate links, I might earn a commission from any of these companies. Paradise Fibers sends me their Fiber of the Month Club for free every month for me to unbox and share, and I have the last 2 months to open up this time. And yeah, if my mail arrives and I have my first big sale order from KnitPicks, I did purchase that myself. And the items that I recommend from Amazon are items that like I use, or at least are very similar to the items that I use in my videos, and I try to clearly mark anything that is an affiliate link down in the video description. So that is those are my disclosures. Yeah, I'm glad I have a voice, but yes, good morning everyone, and while you're on it, make sure you're subscribed and turn on notifications and give this stream a thumbs up. All right, so I filmed the introductions for some of these projects already, but two of the projects that I think will start now, I'm trying to decide on the order. Yeah, I think we're going to start by making some dye stocks, or measuring out and dissolving some dye. So two of the projects that I want to start working with, one of them is Triad color mixing. That's the one we'll do second. I'm planning to use black light blue with the fluorescent yellow and hot fuchsia from Jacquard. And then we'll sort of blend those together. And for that, one thing I'm going to do differently, which is something that people have been asking me to do for a long time, is with other colors, is I'm going to be using twice as much black light blue as compared to the pink and the yellow. And the reason for that is that I know that the blue pigment in black light blue is like not super bright. And so if oh, thank you someone. So if I were to do this at a 1:1:1 ratio like I normally do for triads, we would completely overwhelm the blue. And I know a lot of times yellow gets overwhelmed, but that does help give me a feel for how the colors interact and the proportions that I might need to use. But I want to give the blue a little bit of a chance to show up. And so that's why I'm going to be using more of that. I guess other announcements before we go and, the other project, the one that we'll probably be working on first. Yeah, we may as well go ahead and finish that one first. Is I want to take some zebra yarn and dye it black. I'm curious about the contrast, if we'll still see contrast between the plies there, but I'll talk more about that when I show you the yarn. So those are the first two projects we're going to work on, but I also have some silk mohair yarn, like one of the fuzzy ones, pre-soaking to over dye. And there was another one that I was going to prep to over dye, but I didn't yet, and so I have other yarn I can pre-soak. So if there's any specific requests, let me know. But I think we're mostly just going to try to have a lot of fun. So that's my plan. All right. What was I going to do? Stand up and, oh, right. The one last thing I wanted to say before I stood up is I did restock some yarn in my shop. So we have some new colorways, including some gorgeous fall silk roving. I have 2 of those available. And yeah, those are all the new listings. And we still have some ChemKnits Hanukkah samplers left. There are only a couple of DK samplers yet left. If those sell out today, I might need to do a count because I tend to just try to be extra careful to make sure that I don't oversell anything. But I have limited DK weight left, and I have a lot more of the fingering weight stock left. But we also have some of the add-on skeins, and currently you do have to purchase one of the Hanukkah samplers to also purchase an add-on skein. But if you've already ordered a Hanukkah sampler, then you can go ahead and purchase the add-on skein by itself. So those are my disclosures, and let me drop a link. Oh, I restarted my computer and I hid everything. And the samplers are ready to ship. And don't worry if you're not Jewish, because I am inviting you to celebrate Hanukkah with me. So that is just fun. All right, let's go to the counter. You'll notice I brought a bunch of dye stocks down, so later when I ask about colors that we should use, we have those to draw from. What else was I doing? Don't tell her? Oh. I saw the don't tell her comment first, and I was like, uh-oh, what did I do? And so that made me laugh. Drop spindles are awesome. Paradise Fibers definitely has drop spindles too. They are super, super, super nice. Okay, I'm gonna need to get my other camera. I think I'm gonna do the over dye in the zebra yarn with a cold process technique today, because that opens up the stove and later the hot plate to do other types of projects. And so it's possible we might decide to transfer it to a pot to heat set it later, but we'll set it up cold because there's no harm in doing so. Now, sometimes I set things up cold process because I want to get more coverage. And by cold process, I mean I set up the yarn, the acid dye, and the acid all together cold and leave it at room temperature for a day or 2 or 3, and then steam set it after. And so I might choose to do this because I want to get more even coverage, or because I'm working with other things on the stove, and so therefore this allows me to do more projects all at once. But if for later, the colors I brought down, I have a lot of midnight blue. I have some Caribbean blue, a little bit of deep magenta, Cabernet, emerald green, electric violet, champagne, which actually may have something in there. We'll see. And then a little bit of fawn and pecan brown. And so those are just, and I'm going to set these aside, but these are just some colors that I have. And as a little sneak peek for later, I got a deep teal for, this is a KnitPicks Aloft. This is the mohair silk blend that I mentioned that I've had pre-soaking overnight. And I want to add more dimension to it. And so this is an over dyeing project that will be a subtle result likely, but I just wanted to sneak peek that. as I get set up. And it's the other thing that I'll share now is I have this collection. I think it's got some black, a bunch of blues, and a little bit of pink. It is just a collection of some dyes, and we'll have this for Leave No Dye Behind at some point today, maybe. We'll see how long I go. Okay, wait, I'm making space to set these aside. And this is an example of the type of secondary container I use to store my dye stocks. This helps me carry it downstairs because I keep them under a bathroom sink. But this way, if there's any drips, and you can see how there could be drips down the sides of a bottle, they are collected in this container and therefore don't end up staining anything. Let's see. Oh, good. And I see in the chat that there's some good recommendations for spinning content. Let's see. Okay, I need my scale, which probably isn't linked below because this is a live stream, but I do have a whole blog post. I have a whole blog post linked that talks about my favorite tools and equipment for dyeing yarn, and I will have the scale linked there. I need that. Since we're going to be dealing with dry dye powder, I'm going to need my safety glasses, my respirator mask, and I'll need gloves. But since today we don't really have an agenda, I'm open to lots of suggestions when it comes to color and all kinds of things. Now, if you're ever curious, this is the type of bin where I store my dry dye powder, and then I have them on a shelf up in my studio. Now, typically I have 4 to 5 bins that have Dharma acid dyes, and they're not really organized. But I have one bin that I usually bring downstairs. And so this has a collection of colors I've been using recently. And then I added the 3 jacquard colors that I needed here today. But actually there's a 4th one. So that way when I go and measure out those dyes. And I'm planning, okay, I'm going to need to reconsider how much of these I'm going to want to measure out, because I guess I have Caribbean blue and I can add some of that to black light blue if I need to pump up the blue for another project. I'll talk more about that when the time comes though. All right, I need to get, the star of the show, my camera. There have been multiple camera iterations for my videos over the years. But I used to shoot on I don't think it wasn't a power shot. It was like a step. Maybe I did use an old power shot. But then I've had the Canon EOS 70D, 80D, and now this is the 90D. And I think that this is the last one of this line, because I think they're moving to all mirrorless cameras, which for filming video wouldn't be an issue, but when I'm shooting pictures, I like to be able to hold the camera up to my eye versus looking on the LCD screen. So that's just my personal preference. And then if anyone's curious, I think this is a 18 to 135 millimeter lens, which is my favorite for filming because it can still be wide angle enough, but also has a decent zoom. So that works well at the lowest height the tripod can be at. This is all the stuff that I rarely chat about. Okay. And when you're picking out a scale, the thing that I recommend, and the reason why I like this one, is it has a max of 500 grams, but it goes down to 0.01 grams, which is handy for when you do a lot of measuring out things that are as low as 1 gram. It means that you have a little bit more precision because of if it was only rated to 0.1 grams, then everything is plus or minus 0.1 grams. And here you just have a little bit more wiggle room. All right, I'm gonna put on my mask so I'll be a little more muffled. A lot of times in streams, I try to not wear a mask because it messes with the audio. A lot of times I'll try to project, which then to unmuffle my voice, which makes it vibrate more. All right, but for, oh, I guess I forgot. I need to film my voiceover. Okay, and I'm gonna do this to help me remember, especially when I'm working on multiple videos at once, to help me remember which video the voiceover is for. I try to include something in the frame that helps me indicate. This is another reason why the washing stage in my videos always starts with, I'm gonna wash the yarn with me holding up the yarn first, so that way I can put the right washing clips with the right video. But anyway. Voiceover. I put on my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves, and then measured out 1 gram of Dharma's True Black Acid dye. This will give us a 1% depth of shade on our zebra yarn because we're going to have 1 gram of dye per 100 grams of yarn. And I know from experience that this isn't the deepest black you can get. We certainly could pump up the volume of this dye and use even 4 times as much to get a much more saturated black. But if I went for the deepest black, then we really might not have any contrast between the white and the black plies right now. After measuring out the dye, I dissolve the dye in some hot tap water, not worrying about the final volume because I'm going to use 100% of this dye on our project. It must be crazy editing those videos. It can get complicated sometimes, but I'm pretty good about editing as I go and giving myself notes as I go. And checking my phone. Oh, sweet. Thank you, person who just messaged me. All right. Okay, I need to actually now put my mask on and go. The nice thing is that sometimes with a voiceover I can film it after the fact, but I most often film it before I do whatever I'm doing. Okay, I use these little cups over and over until I break them. Where is a good spoon? Now, before I start, I'm going to dry off my spoon with a paper towel, just in case it was damp, because I do want to avoid introducing moisture into the dye container as best I can, because if you introduce moisture in, you can get clumps, and that is annoying. I think I have a video recently. Oh, I'm going to turn on the water to start heating that up. Oh, I need to adjust where the camera is. Okay, time lapse. I think I have a video recently where I show this not sped up anymore, but I tend to get really quiet and focused when I'm measuring out dyes. I do miss, in the lab, the scale we had for measuring out small weights of things had sides to it, so that way the air in the room wouldn't disrupt the readings on the scale. And I'm just going slowly. Ultimately, if you're off by 5%, oh, perfect. If you're off by 5%, it's not always going to make a huge difference. I mean, it could, but it doesn't often make a big difference. Okay. And also, we have some fallout, and so that's what I'm wiping up right now. Fallout is just some powder that that dropped down. Okay. Yeah, but sometimes you really have to double the amount of dye to get a real noticeable difference. So it depends on if you're trying to closely match something or not. It likely would be best to try to do this with boiling water. Sometimes when I struggle to dissolve something, having hotter water could help, but then I wouldn't be able to use these little plastic cups. And I try to avoid using glass as much as possible, mainly because I don't want to break it. Of course, this measuring cup that I have here, I definitely bought it. Oh no, I was not recording. Well, that's annoying. Sometimes when I hit the camera to turn it on, then because you turn the screen back on from it being asleep by pressing the record button, and you'll hear like a click of waking up, and then if I don't check back. Okay, so editing Rebecca just put a note up that said the camera wasn't recording, but I added the hot tap water. And that's how I deal with that. Okay, putting that aside. Now we're gonna go get our system for cold process, which I don't think I've talked about in the video yet. So we'll be talking about that. Let's see. Before I start, I always try to make sure that the container is clean, because sometimes they are not clean. Hello! You're complaining to your sister about missing lab scales. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, I just realized something. If I do this, does that block? Hopefully that doesn't mess up the focus. Or are you seeing the tip of the lens? Let me know in the chat if they, oh no, you definitely see that. Okay, I will try to have this up. That is just good to know. And I'm gonna get some water, ready to go. I also should grab some acid. For acid, I use vinegar the most. Okay, good, I have another bottle. And because these jugs are unwieldy, for a day of dyeing, I just sort of pre-aliquot it out. I take some, and then I have that on hand. And that's why it's always, oh, thank you. Thank you, Iggy. That's why I always have it in that kind of cup. After a little bit of back and forth, I decided to do today's project with a cold process, where I'm going to set up the yarn and the dye and everything at room temperature, and then later either steam set, or later on maybe I'll add this to a pot and heat it up. But for at least a while, we'll have everything all together so we can try to get a little bit of even coverage on our yarn. To our shoebox, I just added 8 cups of tap water, and I have not added any acid yet, although my tap water is slightly acidic. And I'm bringing in our dye. to get this well mixed up. Perfect. And I do want to rinse the dye off of my gloves before going into my pre-soak. Mainly because I have other yarn in there already. And to bring over our yarn. And I just squeezed out almost all of the water that I could from the pre-soaking yarn, so that way it can soak up the black dye a little bit better. All right, viewers at home, this is the zebra yarn base. I'm coming over to make sure it is well on camera and I don't have my little monitor up. So that way I can see the real time. Yes, okay. So zebra, this is a DK weight yarn, 100% superwash merino from Wool to Die For. And one of the plies is variegated black and white. And it was spun that way, which is really cool because there's also grays where they kind of blend together. The second ply is all white. And so it already has all this cool pattern. But I was curious if I overdye this with black. Yes, the black plies sections will get darker, as will the white ones. And yes, we're going to reduce the contrast overall. I just wasn't sure if this much black will obscure the variation that we have in here already, or we'll still be able to see it. It'll just be more subtle. And so that is the purpose of this experiment. And it should... because I realized I want to say that on camera. Okay. So now I'm going to add the yarn into our shoebox and try to get good coverage here. And we can see if even after the first dip, I do still see some of that barber pulling in here. There, you can still see some of it, but obviously we haven't absorbed all the dye and things are still wet. I mean, obviously things are still wet, but the reason why I'm bringing that up is that sometimes when a color is dark, you can't see as much of the subtle variation as you might be able to see once a yarn is dry. So, I mean, we will just have to wait and see what we get. I forgot. There's something else that I wanted to say, but I was like, oh, I'll say it when I'm recording, and now I completely forgot. Was it about being cold? I don't think so. Ah! Now I want to add some acid. And so I'm going to add, I think, 4 tablespoons of white vinegar. We'll stir things up again in a second. But one of the big reasons why I wanted to do this experiment in the first place is that there are times when I want to dye this yarn, and not even necessarily with black, but a more saturated color. And I think I just want to know and get a feel for the limits of where I might obscure the beautiful variation that is in here. So yes, technically I am, quote, ruining potentially this yarn, but it could give me a feel for the limits of what I can do with this yarn in the future. And so that is what I'm really excited to learn. But anyway, now we just have to wait. And even if I decide to transfer this to a pot later and heat set it after a few hours today, the fact that things are all sitting here cold is going to allow us to have the dyes absorb a little bit slower, and so we're more likely to get more even coverage. But I'm going to cover this and set it aside. If it were summer, I would take it outside, but since it is not summer, I will put it somewhere inside. And usually I set it on top of a brown paper bag just in case there's any leaks or drips, so that way it won't damage any or dye any parts of my house. And let's see. Yes, this yarn, this is a superwash. I definitely mentioned that in the video, but for you guys, yes, this yarn is superwash. It is 100% superwash merino wool. If it were non-superwash, it would be a lot easier to get coverage. But the zebra yarn does come in multiple different fiber contents. I think there's merino nylon even. Oh, I did say it was? It's hard to know what I actually remember to say and don't. I'm like a stream of consciousness. One reason why I'm also starting with this project today is because eventually I'll probably bring out a hot plate, and then once I have the hot plate here, then the hot plate's kind of going to be here for a while. Now, I will show this in a video that I did recently. I did melt a hole with the hot plate through the shower curtain, and this is the same one I did that to, but I just refolded it, so I think it should still be okay. But otherwise, this particular shower curtain is designated for hot plate days. Oh, no worries about paying attention. It's a stream. I need to pay attention. And I need to drink some water before we go and mix up our next dyes. So what I was originally playing with, because I'm moving into our Triad color mixing video, and what I need is I'm going to need 100 milliliters of a 1% stock solution of black light blue, and I'm going to need 50 milliliters each of our pink and yellow. But I can't decide how much dye I want to measure out, because if I were to measure out 100 milliliters exactly, I might be short, or especially if I mess up adding the dye into one of the cups, then I definitely would be short. So when I'm doing some kind of triad color mixing, triangle color mixing exercise, I always want to make a dye stock that is bigger than what I think I need. That way I have plenty of dye. Plus, then we'll have plenty of dye to use on another project, which is a win-win-win. It's just how much extra do I want? Do I want, yeah, because I'm like, what else will I want to dye with these three colors? Ooh, we could do some roving. That could be fun. Actually, let's do something right now. The counter is a little wet. And so we're not necessarily going to dye this in the rainbow color, but let's take some roving and set up it pre-soaking for a project which maybe we'll use these neon colors on, or maybe we'll use other colors on. Flying by the seat of my pants today in the best possible way. Okay. Nope, we'll start like this. Hi everyone, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we're going to dye some roving. Specifically, Wool of the Andes roving from KnitPicks. This fiber is 100% Peruvian Highland wool top, and it is non-superwash. And today I want to dye it already in a crochet braid. This is something that I like, or chain. I don't know why I always call it a braid. Maybe because it's so short. But it's just a way that I like to dye fiber sometimes. Okay. So I'm going to take the fiber and start with a little slip knot. And then loosely, I'm going to pull the fiber through to crochet it. This is a technique I like to do to add a little bit of variation to what I'm otherwise dyeing. Plus, another benefit to doing things this way is, I mean, one, I like the results that I get, but two, it protects the fiber a little bit and makes it a little easier for me to move the fiber so that way I have just more access to it, because it's easier to pick it up like this. Whereas when it's all sort of disordered, then I worry more about causing extra agitation and felting. However, I am happy to say I have not yet felted roving in one of my videos, but I might. But you can see that if you have it like this, it can be, you pick up half and you can't pick up the whole thing quite as easily. And yeah, I'm going to quickly crochet the second one. This is how I store my fiber when I'm done dyeing it, but I always at the end we will undo these crochet chains at the end of the video when the fiber is dry, and then we will rebraid it. And because of, I guess, the gauge, it will look different. But this way we just have our fiber a little bit ordered, and now we can go pre-soak it. Okay. And what I want to do is tilt the camera down a little bit and screenshot. I always try to get some screenshots for the thumbnail, and I could take a photo, but screenshot. That's how I deal with that. Wool top, oh goodness, I think that it's about the way that the fibers are combed and processed. I am not great with spinning terminology, and I tend to refer to almost all of it as roving, which I know is not correct. But both do refer to unspun fiber. Okay, now before we pre-soak, there are a few ways we could do this. I guess we could go like this and kind of squish it down, because we could always then bring in some other yarn to sort of have in here as well. We'll think about it, but if I can fluff it out, that could be cool. But I want to pre-soak the fiber in the pan where I plan to dye it. This is a 4-inch deep full-size catering steam pan. And one easy way to do this would be to have the yarn like this. That's an easy way to have it fitting in the pan so I can dye it. But this, and because I know that colors will spread a lot on this fiber, having it like this means that maybe I would dye these two braids differently. And I think I want to dye them more similarly. So I kind of want to try to have them in the pan more like this. I could have done a looser braid, but this way it'll give slightly more of a gradient, because we have one color down here and another color down there. That gives an asymmetry to the way the fiber is. And so I am currently undecided if I want to try to add say another skein of yarn or something along one of the sides, because colors will likely spread out and travel down the sides, or if we want to allow that to happen. But we'll see how things feel once we get ready to add color. But for now, we want to add water. Oh no, I'm slightly off the camera for you guys. Let me see. I'm going to pivot it. Sorry about that. Let's see. Properties, configure video, camera control, tilt. There we go. When I bring over the hot plate, I'll make sure that I have it set up where you guys will be able to see it well on camera. That's a little bit better. Not perfect. Oh, let's see. Top is like roving, but has been, Top is like roving, but has been pin drafted, so the fibers are all in line instead of higgly-piggly in every direction. Thank you. All right, let's see, make sure the camera is both on and recording. I'm bringing over 8 cups of water with no acid right now. And you can see that as I pour it on, the fiber is floating on the surface. This is a fiber that it's not bad at absorbing water, but it does not absorb liquid very quickly, which is why for this particular one and this type of technique, I want to pre-soak the fiber for a while. Now, it doesn't have to be very long necessarily. It depends on how even and, if you want to have some pastel spots left over or not. That is your call, but you can see I'm pressing it down to try to help saturate it. And I will probably let it sit for a little bit and then go back and do this again, just so that way we can try to get as much of the liquid into our fiber as possible. Now, pans like this I can put directly on a stove or a hot plate, but one thing I do want to make sure, especially if this fiber soaks up all the liquid, I always like to see a little bit of liquid on the sides, because that means that we're not likely to char or burn our fiber. And so that is why I make that decision. But anyway, all right, I'm gonna let this sit, and then we'll come and press it down again in a little bit. But the water level is definitely below where the fiber is, so I may need to add more water later on. But for now, we'll let it sit, and once I decide what colors I want to use, then we'll decide a little bit more what to do here. Making it up as I go along. Okay. That way I have that in case I want it later. Because maybe we'll use the neons on it, or maybe I'll change my mind and not use the neons on it. Okay. All right, now we need to make our die stocks. And so the question is how much to make. And also, as fun as it would be to use neons on that, I might not. And the reason why I might not want to use the neons on that fiber is that neons can take more time to bind, and it's non-superwash. And so that's also something to consider. But what I'm going to need to do is find graduated containers to help me measure out the liquid volume for when I make the die stocks. Because right now, I want to make some 1% stock solutions, so that way we can do our Triad color mixing. And let's see. I have something that's already, you're dry, you're wet. I was just testing how much liquid I can fit in one of these cups, and that is not 300 milliliters. I'm basically out of cups. Okay, I will likely use these, which ironically do not have the right names on them, which is funny. Do I have any alcohol around so I could try to get that off? Probably not. Well, we'll be able to tell what colors they are because we'll be able to see the colors. But I'm feeling amused because these cups that I have say Dharma fluorescent fuchsia, Jacquard fluorescent orange, and Jacquard red, which I think is very, very funny. All right. We'll use those cups, and I'm going to put this down again so I can pay attention to the voiceover that I'm going to make. Voiceover. I put on my deluxe rubber respirator masks, safety glasses, and gloves to start making our 1% stock solutions to do our color mixing. I know from the plan that I made, I'm going to need 100 milliliters or the equivalent of 1 gram of black light blue for this project, and the equivalent of 50 milliliters of a 1% stock solution or 0.5 grams of our yellow and pink. However, I always like to measure out more dye than I need, especially when I'm doing a color mixing project, because if you make a mistake when adding the dyes and have to redo one, you need to have excess dye on hand. But also, because of margin of error, if I am trying to bring a volume up to 100 milliliters, it's possible that maybe I'm only at 98. And so I could end up being short. What if I overmeasure with one of my syringes? And so I could be short in the end as well. And so it's better to have a little bit extra dye that you can use for another project than not have enough. I need to decide how much dye to use. I didn't decide that yet. Oh no. Okay, let's think. Because what else might I do? How much of the colors do I want to have? Do I want to have twice as much black light blue? Why don't I do, we'll do 2 grams, or we'll do, okay, we'll do this. I measured out 2.5 grams of the black light blue acid dye and dissolved that in a total volume of 250 milliliters of liquid using hot tap water. For the pink and the yellow, I measured out 2 grams of dye and dissolved those in 200 milliliters of water for the total volume of dye plus water to, again, have our 1% stock solutions. There. There we go. I was like, I just had to decide. And sometimes that's the hardest part, is just making a decision and going for it. And so I think we'll make these dye stocks, and then we're going to let them sit a tiny bit, just so that way, I think they should all dissolve pretty easily, but just in case, we'll let them sit for a little bit. And then while we're letting them sit, I think I'll do the unboxings, because I want to make sure that I don't forget to do that. Oh man. Okay. Here we go. Okay. And I should add that Jacquard did give me these dies for free, but this video is not sponsored. Okay. Need to see if I moved the scale. Yes, I did. Okay. I don't know if you can read it. I need utensils. Oh shoot, those aren't going to fit. We're using plastic knives because the spoons aren't going to fit in the little jars. Bummer. Let's see. You haven't noticed. Wait, Y2K yarn and upcycle Surrey? Remind me when I sit down and I'll check that out. Okay. Time lapse. The first black light blue bottle, this was the original one that they sent me that I don't think is any different from the other one. I might have to pour. This is going really slow. Aw, bye-bye original Coke bottle that has the wrong name. So sad. Okay. Now, these dye colors do look different. The powder does look different, but I have tested this out and they are the same color at a 1% depth of shade. Because I was like, ooh, one looks more yellow and the other looks more blue. Almost, oh no, I wanted 2.5 grams. Shoot. I might have to get another bottle. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Shoot. Shoot. This hasn't happened before. I've gone through so much of this dye. I have more, I have more. Okay. And of course this one has a lid on it. And I'm going to put this. Okay. Oh my God. All right, we're good. We're good. No, a little short. Okay, I'm calling that good. I'm just calling it. Oh my god. That was stressful. That was stressful. Okay. That was super stressful. Okay, we need 2 grams. This will be easier. So I can get a nice chunk. You can see that's too much. Oh, come on. It's jumping around a lot. These are not the containers I typically use for weighing out pillows. And you can see now why this is not a part of the videos that I usually talk during, because I am focused, and sometimes it can take a while, and I'm like, I don't know. But I still feel like it's worth showing, because sometimes you'll notice I make spills and what have you. Oh shoot. Okay. It's like, what I have to keep in mind now, yeah, deep breaths. There are some yarns that are different at We Crochet and KnitPicks. I do also have a We Crochet affiliate link, but actually I think if you go through one of my KnitPicks affiliate links, I think that also just works for We Crochet as well. I think. Oh, I need to make hot water. I have never run upstairs with my mask on. Oh man. I need to make the water hot. This is the other, you probably can't hear me well. This is the other thing I typically do while I'm measuring that dyes, so that way the water's already hot for me. Adding a little bit of water. Oh no, I did it again. I know in the grand scheme of things it's not that big a deal, but with black, white, blue, sometimes it feels like it's going to clump at first, but then it doesn't, and that's awesome. I have to remember that I'm making dye stocks, but we're starting with just a little bit of water. I want to get these dissolved so that way I can remove my mask, so then you can hear me better. Some little bubbles, and by bubbles I mean little clumps of powder. Gonna make the water hotter. But the reason why I'm okay adding a non-specific volume right now is I know the total volume of water that I have in my big cup is less than I'm going to need for my project. The other nice thing about I don't know what the other nice thing was. It's nice to remove my mask. Let's pause. Nah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The other nice thing about filming the process is that it means that I, as I'm working on it, know how much dye I have measured out already. And so that is super, super handy in editing if I realize I've made a mistake. Because, for example, if I thought that I meant to measure out 5 grams of dye instead of 2.5, and I only did 2.5, I can then notice that and know in editing that I messed up. And so it's nice to be able to go back and check. Okay. So now we can continue. But for the black light blue, I need 250 milliliters, and I'm using a graduated beaker to measure this out. And I'm planning on putting the dye stock back in this container when I'm done. Not to store permanently, but just to have. And yeah, I guess that's just my plan. But now I can have more water. But the reason why I'm transferring some of the water into here is just to make sure all of our bits and bobs are nicely dissolved. But now I can stir this up and bring the total volume up to 250 milliliters. Now, if I wanted to be even more precise, there's lab equipment like volumetric flasks that would be great to have, but I don't have any of those. I think we're going to be done with the knives. And I need to go clean this beaker out. There's not much dye left in it as I pour liquid on the counter, but there's a little bit. And I'll rinse it out more properly, but we can add some of that to our slop. Oh dear, let's not make a spill. Slop bucket. Of excess dye. Okay, let's try not to make any kind of mess as we are actually recording, and I'm going into the pink. And I need to remember we only want 200 milliliters here. But as I add more water in here, that can help me make sure that all of everything is well dissolved as I can, because we want that for our project. Now I think that there's one, yeah, there's like a little clump. There's some dye here, and so I can kind of work on that a little bit. And see those little drips? That's why you wear safety glasses. I have another little drip. But now I'm just going to go in, bring this up to 200 milliliters. I chose these proportions, so I should have approximately the same amount of dye in each color in the end. So I know I'm going to be using twice as much volume as of the blue as I am the other colors. And slop bucket time. Lately, while doing these steps, I've been doing things like watch Grey's Anatomy. That is actually what I will do when I'm doing a time lapse. I'll do that or have a podcast or something on in the background. Good morning. We're making some die stocks right now. And so here's another thing that I do, and this goes back to lab days, the reason why I do it this way. When I'm making a die stock, I dissolve the die in some water, and then I bring up the total water volume. I don't just measure out the 200 milliliters of liquid that I need and add that to the die. And the reason for that, and I haven't done an experiment here to see if it makes a difference, but powders have volume. And so it's possible that to have a 1% die stock with 1 gram of dye, you might not need, oh dear, okay, there's the 200 few. You might not need all 100 milliliters of liquid because those powders do take up some space. It's just not a lot. And there we go. We'll need to find some syringes in a minute. And I'm going to rinse you out. And some yellow to this hodgepodge of color that I will go set back aside. But I figured if I'm doing a lot of projects, I may as well save a lot of things. Now at this stage, my gloves are very, very sweaty. And because I've rinsed things off, there might be some water that's underneath them as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them off and I'm actually going to set them aside in another container. And I might be able to reuse these ones today, but right now, with my hands so sweaty, it would be hard to get the gloves back on. And so, but I can probably use them, say, tomorrow. And so that's what I'm going to be doing. Okay, we're going to let things sit. I need to charge my monitor, and I'll be with you just a second. Because we are going to do our unboxing. Let's see. Okay, where are the packages? Oof. Ow. I broke my foot like some years ago, which was really like breaking a toe. But let me change the camera. There you go. So I broke my foot like by breaking a toe like below, like above that knuckle, but like here. So on the foot, it was like beneath where my toes separate. But I stubbed my foot in a similar way to how I broke it last time, and it's just hurting a little bit. What did I need to do? What was over here? Besides the unboxing. Oh, the time. I think we're at 1:22. Let me just check. Going to my YouTube channel. I don't want an ad. Live. Will it tell me? Oh. Minus 110. Okay, so maybe that's about it. I'm gonna try to do this. 110. Wait, but it's 1 hour. Maybe that will give us a little timestamp, but we'll see. My Crocs on? Yes, I've been wearing my Crocs today, but I still stubbed it in a very goofy way outside. To save the gloves, turn them inside out to air dry before putting them back on. Oh no, I prefer not to use the powders. It's even if they're damp on the inside, if I just, even without putting them inside out, I set them aside for a day and I reuse them later on. Okay, let's go quickly to this. Web browsing, because there was a question about upcycle Surrey. That might just be on We Crochet. Oh no, there is an upcycle Surrey. I didn't even. That's cool. I didn't know about that yarn. This is awesome. That's so cool. That's so cool. That wasn't something that I knew about. But anyway, the KnitPicks big sale is happening now. My affiliate link is currently pinned in the chat, but we're going to be talking about the Paradise Fibers Fiber of the Month Club next, which starts at $34.99 and includes shipping. You get 6 to 8 ounces of fiber, and then there's also sales and things for club members every month. And it's a lot of fun. But I'll go back to just me now. All right, I've got 2 packages. We've got one that the bag has sort of a sunset theme, and then the other is sort of like lights. And I am now out of focus. Come on, camera. Bring it back. Bring it back. No, you're not going to do it, are you? There we go. Properties, configure video, focus. There we go. Put it on manual focus. This one has like string lights and then lights in a jar. Maybe it's supposed to be fireflies. I think that this one is the November one, and so we'll start here. Because if you sign up for the Fiber of the Month Club today, this is the one you would get. Although it's after the, I forget if the 10th of the month is the cutoff. If you're interested in this one, then you can ask them about it. But I'm going to drop, my affiliate link should be in the video description. I'm also going to drop it in the chat. So you have that. And Y2K yarn. I don't know what Y2K yarn is. Whoa! That's so cool. This, I think this is only available at crochet.com. That's awesome. Do I have a We Crochet link handy? No. Let's make... I can link to that yarn. In a moment, I have to verify I'm a human. Oh man. I'll come back here. The reason why, and then this is the Y2K yarn. Dropping that in. Yeah, cameras are such fickle creatures. All right, but let's unbox this. I am very excited. I wish, I haven't done a lot of knitting or spinning recently, which makes me sad. But I will add, okay, this bag is not opening. There we go. Ooh, the first thing I see bright yellow. I'm assuming that what's in the bag is yellow as well, but we'll see. Bright yellow. We also have a golden yellow that on camera right now that looked very yellow, but you can see they are different. What else we have? Ooh, we have something dark in our organza bag. We got some blue. Oh man, are we gonna also have some pink or what? Ooh, we have a tiny bit of, I wonder if this is gonna be some neon, like Angelina or something. Ooh, we got a lot of different things. Ooh, and what do we have? We got our extras. With an itty bitty little sticker this month. All right. Oh, funny. Extras. Sometimes I think I'm on a wavelength of Paradise Fibers. One of the extras is a charm that I have in my stash. Okay. Ooh. All right. The theme is out of the dark. Ooh. Okay. So, oh man, this is going to be fun. It's all about blending. This month I was feeling inspired by the contrast of seasons and how dark the winter can be. Losing the sun earlier and earlier can be hard, but when you add some light to the darkness, it can also make it feel cozy. And so I think we've got like a Starry Night inspiration and blending the fibers. There's like a little talk here about blending the different fibers. We'll look at those in a sec. But using the blending board. I want a blending board so much. But I don't really have space for it. That's the thing that's kept me from doing it. Let's see. For club members for November, the discount, you can get 20% off the new Paradise Fibers dyed mohair and the dyed Firestar with the code blank. I mean, the code isn't blank. I'm not saying that out loud. And 10% off with the code club. And their checkout system now accepts multiple discount codes. And not every code will work together, but a lot of discount codes do stack with the club code. And so that is cool. All right, let's look at the fiber. What do we have in here? Ooh, we have something navy. And, ooh, what are you? It's, like, I can't identify it off the top of my head. Okay, we've got this beautiful navy fiber. Oh, is this mohair? I think that this might be mohair. It's Triad. I don't know. Because that mohair is a similar color to this. This is some like navy merino. And let me just show. Can you see the? Okay, we're overexposed now, but see how the strands are a little bit more like straight with the mohair, and you can't really see the crimp, but you can. I can feel the difference, and that is really really fun. Ooh, I've always wanted to blend like Paradise Fibers does in some of their like TikToks and stuff. And of course, if you don't have a blending board, like that's just a suggestion for the project. You can draft things together while you spin. There's other ways you can sort of make it work as you spin. Okay, I think all of these are, I keep putting them back in the bags. We've got a bright yellow merino. We've got the navy, which of course I stuck back in the bag. I like that they matched the like color to the organza bags. And then there's also a bright blue. Oh no, it's less bright. It's just the bag is a bright blue bag. It's more of like a, okay, on camera it looks like a brighter blue. It's more of a softer blue. It almost has a bit of red in it. It makes me think of like a periwinkle, almost. And then we've got the navy. And then to top it all off, we have this sparkle. Ooh, highlighter yellow, I think it's Firestar. Electric yellow Firestar. And so then this can also go in and just give a pop of neon sparkle. This is really, really fun. and creative, and they haven't done something like this. Plus, I mean, they're promoting their blending board. But having all these colors, you could create something variegated by sort of alternating which color you're using as you're spinning. You could hold two colors together, you could apply them together. There's a lot of different options when you have a lot of solids. But then having the mohair and the fire star, then you can add those as well. I'm popping these back in, but this is fun. If only I just don't, I'm out of like space. Like I have a room, which really, it's also like a hallway slash closet. I mean, it's big for a closet, the room where I have all my stuff. But like it's overflowing, and I have like plastic bins stacked out and everything. So I'm like, I don't really have space, but I would love to get a blending board someday. All right, let's look at the extras. All right, our stash tea. There's usually a stash tea. This is cinnamon apple chamomile. Okay, actually, I'm going to set you aside so I can put it with the tea. We have, and this is one that I have, and oh no, it does not pass the Rebecca test. All right, the extra is a little light bulb. Oh, maybe against the black, you can see it. Not really. And the test it doesn't quite pass is that they have it on a bulb pin, and so I like when charms can pass all the way around and don't get stuck at the bottom like that. And so I would have put this on a jump ring and not just on a bulb pin personally before I use it. Maybe Paradise Fibers would send me a blending board for my birthday. That would be a big ask. Okay, we have a little measuring tape. And I don't know exactly why, except if you were going to do something variegated, I guess you could measure how much you're doing at a time. But, I mean, they're always handy to have those measuring tapes. And then, what is and there's a little unique sticker, I think a mini one, and it feels almost like an opal themed sticker. I don't think Eunice is on theme this month, but I don't really mind because I think that this is a really cool set of solids, and I like the project inspiration. Even if I don't have the means to do it, I think that that's really cool, and I like the way that they blended like a bunch of different colors on here, and so that's just really cool feeling. Yeah, I think that that's really fun. And so, and how much fiber is in this one total? So we've got 8 ounces of merino, about ½ an ounce of mohair. So it's a lot of fiber. I wonder if they dye their own stuff in-house. They do have their own line of acid dyes, which part of me wonders if they did, because then they might be able to wholesale some of the pigments cheaper than buying it. I don't know. I don't know why they chose to do that. Is the mohair spun? No. This is Paradise Fibers Fiber of the Month Club is a spinning box. And it's one that I think is a really good one if you're just learning how to spin, because they send different types of fiber every month. Sometimes it's bare fiber, which then I might dye. They have sent dye-in projects in the past. Sometimes they will do a variegated space dyed fiber or a blended fiber already, and lots of different just types of fibers and blends. And so that's just really, really fun. But I'm now opening up the October one, which had the sunset vibe. Ooh, speaking of differences, this is going to have a very different vibe. Oh my goodness, we got the pouch of extras and 5 other little pouches here. What is this? Ooh, the theme last month was Moonlight Harvest. And I have a feeling that this is one of the months where everyone gets a slightly different collection. What we did with them. That's cute. I think it's cute when they share some inspiration of what they decided to do with it. And then, I mean, obviously you can do whatever you want. But let's look at the fibers. We haven't ever had something quite like this. This is a very muted, earthy, like pink, blue, purple, but it gives a very gray vibe. It's very soft. My guess would be merino. Okay, it says some of these are merino blends. Let's sample 1 ounce. I'm confused. The possibilities. Okay, so we've got this. This is pretty. I was trying to read it, I was like, I can't tell what it is. All right, we've got another one that is also pastel. Ooh, okay, this one is, and these are blended, and you can tell that it's blended versus the way it was dyed because the different colors sort of run down the length. This one has a pink, almost a greenish yellow to it. I'm digging these pastels. Do I have the names? Okay, I don't, but so far it looks like I have this one and that one. Ooh. Oh, this is soft. Here we have, it's got like a teal, a deep blue, and some orange. This is a smaller bag. What do we have in here? I don't know what all these are. Ooh. Ooh, okay, this one, oh, this is so soft. This one is sort of orange, pink, yellow, and a little bit of gray. I mean, these together are stunning. Oh my gosh. And then we have a tiny sample of the whitest white merino. Just like this little nubbin. Okay, I'm going to need to look up because we've got the extras, because that's an extra. 1 ounce. Oh, okay, here we go. So we've got 1 ounce of the autumnal chunky merino blend. And then we have 3 2-ounce, so we have 7 ounces of fiber together, 3 2-ounce bags of the new chunky multi-merino blends. I see, so, okay. That helps, but merino blend, let's see what those are. This is a blend of what? So the new, let's see, multi merino blend. The new chunky multi merino blend. Okay, that's not helping me. Let's look for a name. Let's look for Gigi. Here we go. Okay, merino blend. Oh, okay. I'm getting it now. This is all just merino wool. The blend is that it's a blend of colors. Okay, that helps. Because I was like, I hear merino blend, and I'm like, blended with what? Nylon? Silk? I can't tell. Okay, but so they gave us 2 ounces of this. A 4 ounce of this would be $18. And so we have about 7, we have a bunch of different colors. Okay. There we go. Nope, wrong camera. There we go. All right, so we've got the colors that I have. I don't know what all the names are. Although it would, I guess I can tell from reading. Sometimes they have them labeled. Okay, this is normal, soft taupe, brown, and gray shades, but not boring. Definitely not boring. I'm like obsessed with this. Ethereal, creamy, but a hint of yellow, green, and pink. We've got Gigi, the dusty mauve and gold blend. And then we have this is the autumnal chunky merino blend. And I think the chunky merino blend is that the colors are in large chunks. And so in theory, you can almost even separate them if you wanted to, but versus being more blended and more distributed. I get it. It took me way too long. But it's gorgeous. Yes, they have gorgeous a gorgeous eye for color, and absolutely is inspiring for color combinations. Oh my gosh. All right, our stash tea, decaf vanilla chai. Ooh, that smells good. Our sticker. Oh, we've got. No, I don't want Google Drive to open. Thank you. No, quit. Okay. Our sticker is a little unique in a harvest basket. Is there a pun? Moonlit Harvest, HARVEWEEST sticker. We've got a darning needle, like a little needle, handy. And then we have 3 little harvest themed progress keepers, and they pass the Rebecca test. And so one of them is a little carrot, one is little cherries, and one is like a radish. But they can all pass over the thick part of the bulb pin, and so that is good. That is the, I guess I've dubbed the Rebecca test. But this is wonderful. Paradise Fibers, thank you so much. I need to put these back in. And then I store these later in a bag with the thing with it all, so that way I can keep track of what it is. But, okay, because I was like, merino blend of what? I can't believe it. I mean, I can. But I was like, la la la. Oh my gosh. But this is so fun. And like, if I'm having a bad day, opening it up really cheers me up. I used to do all these unboxings in the evenings, and I go to bed so early now. And so I'm just so exhausted so early. And so that has made that trickier. But anyway, a huge shout out and thank you to Paradise Fibers. We'll get back to some yarn dyeing momentarily, but I'm going to peek and see at the chat. Markers. Oh yeah, those were progress keepers. Flash stitch markers. I love that that's paused. The reason why I might call something a progress keeper versus a stitch marker is that a progress keeper is typically unlockable. So then you can have that. Let me see. Oh dear. Indie Pons is doing well. Indie Pons is doing very well. He is, wait, why am I don't need that. I can close that. Indy is doing well. He's just upstairs, so that way he won't bark and bug me. Oh man, I have placed like 4 orders in the big sale already, and yeah, it's just ridiculous. Okay, I am sitting and resting my foot for a moment and stretching it. Although it seems to be doing better. This morning, if I went to go and try to like point my toes, like the pinky wouldn't move until the end, and I was like, oh no, please don't. I don't want to have another boot. That would be irritating. All right, I'm gonna get up in just a minute, but we're gonna set up to do a bunch of time lapses and to do this triangle. And so that's what we're going to go do right now. And if there are other projects you would like to see me work on, let me know in the comments. You can make requests, color requests. We're kind of making things up as we go along today. And all of these projects that I'm jumping back and forth between will eventually be edited episodes of Dye Pot Weekly. I am filming both on the webcam for you, but also on the camera I film my videos on, so that way we can have it later on. And so that is something that I'm very excited about. This is something I always do for ChemKnits patrons, and so if you go over to patreon.com/ChemKnits, you can join and get early access to a new episode of Dye Pot PS every month. Plus, you get, at different levels, you can join these behind the scenes live streams. But the ones I do for patrons, I try to have only last like around 30 minutes versus having them be hours and hours long. So that way it makes it more bite-sized that you can watch on demand if you aren't able to join live. And I'm drinking water, which is very, very, very good. Yeah, let's stand back up. So before I sat down and we did our little Paradise Fibers interlude, and I'm going to put my Crocs back on. They are Black Panther Crocs that at one point did have claws like the necklace on them, but I did not, those didn't stay on, so I removed them. Oh man. Am I getting old? Okay, so I have my triangle. I'm gonna have this just off camera. My monitor is, and by monitor I mean the iPad. Oh no, did you? No! Crap. It wasn't actually plugged in. Okay, I need an extension cord. Because I want to be able to see the chat when I stand up and be able to read it. Oh, silly me, it wasn't actually plugged in. Actually, neither is that. Why is nothing plugged in today? Why is everything like just not plugged? Goodness gracious. Okay, plug you in. Yes, I know we're on low battery mode because you're only 1% charged. This is what I get for having it not charged last night. Yeah, if you join to become a channel member also, that's another option to support the content. There's many options. But then you can get fun, me-themed emotes. Okay, almost have this set up again so that way I can see, and there is a delay. Okay, but I want to see the chat. There we go. Unfortunately, if you have to ask if you're getting old, the answer is yes. Boo! Boo! Oh, man. I'm not 40 yet. I am almost 40. Just not there yet. Okay. The 2 bottles that are basically empty, I'm going to keep there. Yes, that is true. Getting old is much better than the alternative. I will agree to that. And I'm just like, my body is tired. Okay, what do I need? Let's fill some containers with water. And I need to find my containers to set up our triangle. Containers, where are you? I have like 100 million of you. Are you in the other room? Possibly. Okay. Made water. Oh, are you out here? No? Then where are you? I were like 25. Oh, here they are. Okay, we're going to want not the small ones, if I can handle it. We're going to want the big ones. And so this is all off camera. Is there something in this one? There's some gunk in one. Okay. So we'll need 5 at the bottom, and I know that some of these have writing on them, and I'm going to have to adjust where the counter is and where things go. See, some of these are the short ones, and this one, it looks like there's dye on the edge of it. Do you want to make sure that they're clean? Okay, and so at this point, this guy is getting recycled. I do have others that I can draw from if I need to. Which I shouldn't need to. Waha! These are all good. Good. Awesome. Okay, now I need, where are you? 1 cup. We're going to add 1 cup of water into each of these containers. And I'm doing this carefully so that way I'm not using an unsupported hand holding too much liquid at any given time. Mainly because once I ended up with an RSI from doing this, but I will add that I was doing this, all this pouring all on like 1 day, and that was not a good idea. Not all in 1 day, like every day for a week. And so doing a little bit of this in one day, just doing one of them should be totally fine. But I also can't hold one of these big jars. I can't hold one of those in one hand. So I'm opting to use things with handles because they are slightly more ergonomic. But I haven't had wrist issues for a couple of years, so that's very good. Now, you could add the dye to each of the containers before you add water, but you do risk, because you can see some water is splashing out, and so it would be a shame if that was dye that was splashing out. That is not what we want. And so that's why I do the water first. Plus, when you dilute the dyes a little bit, it gives you a slightly better sense of the color. Now, I do want to remember to bring out my black light once I have our whole triangle set up. And the nice thing with these containers is that if the dye isn't absorbing well, I can heat set the yarn in these containers. I can put them in a steamer basket and steam it that way. It's not always necessarily ideal, but I can do. Okay, and I need to adjust your camera and my camera so that way we can both see the bone. Your first big sale order from Sunday is supposed to be delivered this morning. Your 2 Tuesday orders are still pending. Yes, I just got shipped. Was Tuesday? Which day was the 246 yarn sale day? I've lost track. Let's see. Settings. Nope, not settings. I want the video. Properties. Here we go. Configure video. Zoom out. And nope. There we go. Okay. Now you can see. Yeah, this KnitPicks orders will be slow during the big sale because of the volume of orders that they receive. They just get way too many orders, and so their warehouse, I think, does fulfill things as fast as possible. But some of my big orders, and I know things are going to may come split funny, hopefully not, but so one of my orders is shipped in 3 different packages, and I'm just like, whoa. Because that surprised me. All right, I am going to need to set this camera up so we can see everything. Oh dear. Is everything on camera? I think so. Okay, we've got water, got these. Hopefully things are in focus. Please let me know if there's an issue. Okay, that's looking decent. Rebecca's screenshot. Okay. I was like, I had it perfect. And then I lost it. There we go. That's pretty good. Okay. Voiceover and first just the still. I have my plan of how I want to add these dyes. And so I got out some graduated syringes and started adding the dye to my various containers. Each of these 15 takeout containers contains 1 cup of water and no acid yet. And so I added for the black, light, blue, starting with 20 milliliters, then 15, 10, 5, going down the diagonal. And then with the pink and the yellow, I started with 10 milliliters, then 7.5, 5, and 2.5. Once I had finished adding all of the color, I stirred things up. And then before we add the yarn, there's a little something I want to do. Cool. Let's see. A lot of yarn. 14 pounds of bare 14 pounds of bare yarn? That's a lot of yarn. That is a big order. Wait. Yeah, that's a big order. No, my weight was like, I was doing some math. Okay, I need to pick my syringes. And so I'm going to have a 20 milliliter one for blue because I need that. In general, if you can, you want to measure once. You want to measure as few times as possible, but you want to use a measuring instrument that is as close to the volume you want to measure as possible. So ideally, I would not use a 20 milliliter syringe to measure out 5 milliliters, even though I could, and I might use this because I think I need to do 15. I'll probably use this for 15 and 20, but I'll get a 10 milliliter syringe to use for the 5 and 10. Just for, again, it's easier to get close to the volume you want with, I'm going to mix up accuracy and precision here, but it's just better to be as close to the volume you want to use as possible. So we're going to need to figure out if all my syringes are elsewhere or if they are in the bucket. Okay, we found a 5 milliliter syringe. That's great. A 10 milliliter. Where are you? You are also a 10 milliliter. Do I have another 5? I do. I technically have some 3 milliliter syringes, but I'll go ahead and do the 2.5 on the 5s just because it's easier, and that is also one of my goals today. Oh, I forgot. I need a smaller one here. Do I have another 10 somewhere? What are you? Another 20. Oh no. I found a 3. I might be doing it all with the 1. That's okay. I swear I have more, but it is what it is. It's probably in some other drying bin or something. And I can't see the check, so I'm going to come over here and check. There's so many guys. Yes, the big sale has $2 patterns. Yes, I noticed that they downgraded the 135 sale, which, to be fair, they've had a 135 sale, I think, for like 10 years. So, you know, 246 is a downgrade, but not. I was like, I have to remind myself that they've changed that. But they did announce, oh, because of the little postcard thing that I didn't show in my live stream because I didn't know if I could. I am allowed to share that. And they did share that there is going to be, on that postcard, there will be a 25% off coupon for Black Friday. And so that is something to plan for. Okay, I'm going to bring over our dye. This is our black light blue. And this stock solution is not very pigmented. Okay, we've got 20 milliliters. That'll give us a 1% depth of shade. Now sometimes with blues, it can be really hard for me to measure out the dye because the dye is so dark I can't see the end of the syringe. That is not the case here. Often when I'm doing something like this, I might start with yellow and go for darker colors later. But this color is the lightest, so that's where we're starting today. 10. One of these days, I would love to do a massive triangle. I wonder though, because it's funny, I don't know how I would be able to fit a bigger triangle somewhere unless I were to work outside. Okay. 5 milliliters down here. Oh, please tell me I'm actually recording. Yes, I am. Good, good. Down there. And those are our blues. So in the voiceover, I mentioned that there was going to be a little something I was going to want to do in a moment. And for that, we'll bring over our black light because we have to. Okay, so we're going to start with 10 at our yellow. And we'll do 10, then 7.5, and then switch syringes. To do 5 and 2.5. Okay, so we've got 10. Ooh, you can really see that gradient of the blues. Okay, 7.5 means I bring this up to like 8.2. That gets me to 7.5. Sometimes it's easier to measure the top of where the little syringe part goes. Okay. Now I need to do 5. Look at that green. We're going to get some real nice greens here. I wonder if one will feel pale, like if this one or will feel more teal. So now we need to do 2.5. We also need to go up to about 3.2. Now that's the top of the thing, is that brings me to the 2.5. So I'm still measuring out 2.5 of liquid. It's just the way I have this, I can see the top a little better. So I don't think we quite have teal. I think that it's maybe one of the first times ever that our yellow is going to dominate. And I can wipe up these drips and we'll do our pink. Let's see. Gift along. Oh, fun. I used to be a, maybe not the biggest, but a participant in the Random Acts of Kindness group on Ravelry, and it was fun to gift patterns and things to people this time of year. Okay, and so to get 7, ooh, okay, so that would be Oh, this is going to be hard. Okay. 6. Okay, so that's 7. Oh, this is easy. Fine. So 7.5 is there. So again, it's going 1 tick above 8. Because with this one, oh dear, I think that was just a drip. That's okay. The pink, the dye stock is so dark that I can't really see it very well. And I can't see the line very well. So paying attention to where I bring the top of it can be a little bit easier, especially when I'm going for something that doesn't have its own clear mark, like something that is in between. Okay, now we have to do our 2.5s. Deep breath. Okay, wait, let's try this with no liquid so I can see better. Just below 3 gets me to 2.5 on this syringe. I'm gonna go over here this time. Yeah, it's a lot easier to see where the air is than where the bottom of the line that you need to measure from is. Just below the 3. There we go. I think this is one of the first times pink has been the dominant color, which is really cool. Actually, ooh, that one is looking really cool. I guess I need to stir things up still. So I want to do that. Got a spoon. Okay, we're going to stir things up. Normally I wouldn't necessarily wipe in between each one, but I can't tell who is making a bigger impact right now. Now, when it comes to going from the yellow to the pink, here I won't wipe in between because I know that the pink is making more of an impact. Now, one thing I do know from Jacquard is that we will probably see the least amount of fluorescence in our triangle down there. And that is because when you bring some pinks in with the colorless fluorescent acid dye molecule that's in the blue, it reduces the fluorescence. And I guess we kind of see something here because these colors feel almost muddy with the mixture. And so I don't know if that's how they'll feel in the end, but we'll see. We'll see. And I don't know if the addition of blue pigments to fuchsia makes that less fluorescent, but I know adding red pigments to the blue makes that less fluorescent from what I was told from the dye chemist. Okay, there, we're gonna move these over here. Nope, I'm gonna move you over here too. Screenshot. A lot of times when I do a triad, the blue is the dominant color, and we'll see like a big triangle here that feels very blue focused. Today, I would say that the hot fuchsia is a dominant color. Like this triangle all feels a lot more red compared to what we have over here. But all of the colors where we mixed black, light, blue with any amount of pink feel a bit muddier. They don't feel as clear as some of those other colors. And so that is a little bit interesting to me. But what I want to do now is go get the black light. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. Fix the white balance. Okay, we're going to turn off. Oh, that does like not very much. I turned off the overhead light, which doesn't do that much, and I'm bringing over my black light to see. Ooh. Oh, that is fun. That is fun. Okay, so right away, and the light is right here, we see the fluorescence. Oh, look at those greens and the yellow. That's amazing. And let's go over here and see, we definitely have fluorescence in the pink and in these oranges. Yellow is very, very bright. Now, when it comes to our center, we do still feel, I still feel fluorescence in these three, but the containers do look milkier. Like the color in there just feels a little bit milkier. I wish I could block out more light. Let's see if I hold this sort of centered. Screenshot. Nah. I don't think I'm going to get a great dramatic picture here, but, and I also don't think that the fluorescence from the pink is showing up as well on camera. I mean, here's our dye stock. It is definitely it is definitely fluorescent. I'm just excited to see what the yarns will look like and that we can bring in. Now, as for these more muddy colors, when I put the black light over it, we do have one that feels blue, one that feels green, and one that feels more orangey. But we're going to need to add the yarn to see more. Oh, and I'll turn on the main light again. Oh my gosh, on stream it looks so cool. Oh, I just saw like a tiny bit of that. That looked really fun. Okay, I need to get the yarn and we'll start adding it on in. And the yarn we're using is, I think, titanium sock. Is that the name of it? I am just blanking on it right now. I'm actually going to start adding the yarn to the middle. So it's funny because when I put the black light on, this one felt very blue. It doesn't look blue right now. My tap water is slightly acidic. And so I do want to note that, but I will be using a spoon to push these in. I have not otherwise added acid in here yet. We'll bring out the black light again in a little bit, but we're going to add one to black light blue. These other colors, I know exactly what they will look like because we've done that a lot, but I don't know if I still have the yarn easily accessible to compare the difference of this bottom row. If I were to compare the combination of, say, a turquoise blue to the hot fuchsia, if I were going to compare that to the combination of black light blue to the hot fuchsia, which this color right here does remind me of Purple Pop a little bit from Dharma. But Dharma's Purple Pop does not have, it has some blue pigments in there, but it's not a fluorescent, they don't have a fluorescent blue. I mean, a fluorescent blue acid dye, again, does not exist. Blacklight blue is a combination of a fluorescent, colorless acid dye with some blue pigment. Okay. Amazing how sometimes things are perceived when you have just the black light. Ooh, this is a very pretty berry color right here, which goes to show that if you have brighter, more neon colors, you can mix more muted things with them, taking advantage of the color wheel. Before even going and getting the other yarn, it's funny the change. Like visually, this looks like a warm brown. I bring the black light over and it feels like a periwinkle. Like the color I'm seeing is just completely different. Like it's a huge transformation under the black light. Now I do see some glow with that purple, but not as much as what I see over here on the blue. And also not as much as what I see over on that pink. It's definitely reduced, but it's not completely quenched, which was one of the concerns that Jacquard had. And so I can see why they wouldn't make a purple and market it as a fluorescent purple when it doesn't stand up to the other colors in terms of brightness. Because sometimes with some colors you can see the fluorescence in there under a black light when they're by themselves, but not when they're next to a yellow, for example. Because fluorescent yellow is the brightest. Now, one problem that I have is that when it comes to ratios, it's a little bit less simple because I've doubled the amount of blue. For example, this green right here has 2.5 milliliters of the yellow and 15 milliliters of blue. So the percentage of each would be hard for me to say off of the top of my head, except I guess I could say it's 1 part yellow, 6 parts blue. I guess I can say that. But even that doesn't feel very teal. We definitely have differences in our greens here, but the differences between them aren't, we would have to use way less yellow compared with that blue to get a neon feeling teal color. Okay. But I will say that which one of these is going to feel the most like chartreuse, which is fluorescent. I think that we have demonstrated here that mixing black, light blue, and like chartreuse doesn't have any of the colorless fluorescent acid dye pigment, but I think the mixture here does not reduce the amount of fluorescence that you see in the same way as mixing the blue with the pink, which to this date I've only shown briefly through dip dyeing. Now, I would say that these colors here are very, very pretty. I don't know yet how I will sort of sort these into sets. But I would say of these, maybe this one here is looking a little bit like fluorescent red. This gives us a really nice orange here as well. I don't think I'm going to need to label the lids. I think I'll be able to figure out where everything goes. But I would say that these purples here are lovely. They are lovely. They just aren't going to glow quite as much. Let's bring over the black light again. And this isn't giving us the clearest picture of everything. There is still some fluorescence there. It's amazing how the color changes. And how those oranges aren't showing up as much on camera, but they are, the fluorescence is there. I'm so curious what this will look like once we're done. But now we're gonna need to add acid and finish off the yarn. Voiceover. I added 1 teaspoon of white vinegar to each of the containers, gently stirred it up, making sure to wipe off my spoon in between different colors to avoid color transfer. And then I put lids on the containers and set it aside for a couple of days to let the colors absorb. If I need to, I can steam set yarn inside these containers, but also I know a cold process does work with these pigments, so we'll just see how this goes. Yeah, okay, I need to change out the battery of my camera before we do our time lapse. And chat, I'm going to take a quick peek at you because I cannot really see from where I'm standing, which is unfortunate. Okay, let's see. The berries at the bottom are very pretty colors, but you can see how like this line here is a lot brighter. Oh, a sweater with fluorescence would be so fun. Especially because, I need to think about a venue coming up that I'm going to where I should totally bring some fluorescence. What did I want? Oh. Okay, if I were all my measuring spoons, where would I have put them all? Likely I've washed them, and so that is why they are not in their correct container. You look like you only have half a teaspoon. Yeah, I want a whole teaspoon. That's a quarter teaspoon. Oh, Rebecca, because I have so many. But I just have bins and bins of stuff drying. Okay, maybe I just missed it. There's another tablespoon. Often it's the teaspoon. Found one. Often it's the tablespoons that go missing, which is just pretty funny because I often leave them in cups with vinegar. Hopefully 1 teaspoon will be enough, and I am recording, which is always good because sometimes I've had to go review the footage to see where I did and did not add vinegar. So a tablespoon has 3 times the volume as a teaspoon, if you are curious. And now I need to stir these up, which is just going to be very, very gently. I am not talking very much because I am so focused. But what's funny here is that I would say, because the greens, the 2 fluorescent greens between Dharma and Jacquard are quite different. I would say that Dharma's radioactive is a lot more like this green right here. And Jacquard's chartreuse has more blue in it, and it's a little bit more like that one. But what I wonder, and it's something that we could test out at some point, is whether or not those greens break the way radioactive and chartreuse break. So these berry colors are pretty. This does not really feel like a neon purple to me. The color itself is feeling a little bit muted, I think is the best way to describe it. But I wonder how they compare to Purple Pop. It's so funny that like this feels brown. I have done a triad mixing all the secondary colors together before. And so that was fun. But you can see how with these middle colors, we've got one that is more yellow, one that is more pink, and then another one. This is why I think that I do not need numbers to put things in the right order, because you can see the greens getting more and more yellow. And if, I'm not recording, but if I were to flip it like that, that feels off all of a sudden. And I'm walking over here to see that I don't have the monitor. That's real time. Yeah, you can tell that like that just doesn't look right because I messed up our gradient. Excuse me, but I need lids. That's not where the lids are. That is where, here are the lids. But I want to rinse them off because I haven't used them in a while. And they are dusty. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I need 2 more. And a lot of these have numbers on them, but not the numbers don't all go up to 15. The numbers go up to 25. And so that's why I'm not going to worry about the numbers. Which I will say, a little more voiceover. Don't worry about the numbers on the lids of the containers. I knew I would be able to put things back in the right order. And so I didn't feel like trying to find numbers 1 through 15 to have this be a little bit easier. Okay, more time lapse. And this is how we'll set things aside. And probably on Monday is when I will steam set everything. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, how are we doing time-wise? Okay, I might, after this, take a tiny break to eat something. And then we will dye some other fiber. I've got that mohair silk blend that will dye, and I have that roving that will dye, and we'll have to decide if we want to do that with these neon colors or if we want to do what we want to do with these neon colors. And so because I have approximately 150 milliliters of each of our yellow, pink, and blue. So I could go ahead and do one of these colors bigger. We could do some kind of dip dyeing project. That's really up to you. And so also I don't have to use them today. All right, now I'm placing these inside a 5-gallon bucket. And I will likely pop a lid onto that. and put the bucket again on a brown paper bag. I think 15 containers fit, barely. Why are you not gonna fit with a lid today? I don't think it's gonna fit with a lid this time. For some reason, one of them is a little too tall, and I don't want to press down. That is a little irritating, but we'll figure out where I'll put that for the weekend. And wipe up the spot on the counter. And I think eventually I'll need to rinse these out, but I think I'm going to put lids on these 3 containers just to prevent any accidents. I don't recommend using these containers to store stock solutions, but sometimes that is the best choice, because that's what I mix them in, because the bottoms are stable. Okay, I'm going to wash my gloves. And these ones are going to be set aside for another day because, again, I can tell that my hands have been sweating. And so there was a time when I didn't reuse gloves as much. Certainly if I was working in a lab, I would toss the gloves when I take them off versus putting the same gloves back on. But in 2020, gloves became more expensive. So that is why I do things this way. And the other thing I want to do now is lower the camera so it's less likely to tip. Because tipping cameras would make me very sad. And actually, I'll add some water in here just so that way nothing dries on. All right. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Here I am. Hello. I can take these off now too. Let's see. Ooh, fun. Lots of fun chat about different patterns. I love it. At some point I might set up a poll, but excuse me. I am going to briefly... I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to reorder. I was trying to reorder where I had things, and by moving that, it kept putting up the pause sign. But speaking of pause, I am going to take a brief break for just a couple of minutes, and then I'll come back and chat probably while I eat a snack or a mini lunch or something. And then we'll talk about what we will do next and work on next. And if you're just tuning in, I'm filming footage for some episodes of Die Cut Weekly. We've set up 2 different projects so far, and we'll do 1 or 2 more today, depending on when I think my kids might walk home from the bus. Or when I'm super tired and can't do anymore. That's the other thing. But anyway. Oh, funny, it says that an ad's going to run shortly for some viewers anyway, automatically. That's what YouTube is doing. So perfect time for me to stand by. I'll be back. I'm gonna have a cheese stick and a banana. Because that's what I can easily reach. Early on I mentioned the colors of the dye stocks I have. So we'll have to think about what color to do with that roving, which I think soaked up like all the water. But we'll probably do the, what is it, alof? I forget the percentage. I'll have to find it. Here, we can go over here and find it. KnitPicks. Yeah. So I think the color, this is the color that I have pre-soaking. So it's a really lovely deep turquoise. So I'm not going to be able to do something massive over it. But I might take, I don't know if I want to go into reds, but I might just take, it could even be just midnight blue and put some of that on it. I don't want to use Caribbean blue. I could, in theory, use a little Cabernet, but that also is a big washer. Maybe I would use midnight blue and some pecan brown. I think that that would be pretty. I just want to add a little bit more dimension to it, even though, like, because of the halo, there is dimension in the yarn anyway. I just thought, there were some requests recently for me to over dye something darker, and I bought this at a big sale a few years ago. You can see this one is on sale now. It's 30% off. But yeah, what else did I buy recently? I can show you my orders. I screenshotted them because they're not still in the cart. And I can't go to my orders page without sharing my address. These look tiny. Okay, these are 3 orders that I've done. One of them is going to arrive today or on Monday. Oh man, I almost did that like perfectly. I can't really read it though. Okay, the order that is going to come first has some imagination, rustic wool, swish roving. Oh no, this is the newest one. I did this with the 135 sale when I realized the toolkit was no longer in stock too. At the very, very top of our screen, I got 5 skeins of swish roving. I got some loam heather swish bulky. I forget what color that is. Jetty tough puff, eggplant tough puff. Okay, I got those both to over dye. Mainly because I think I have some eggplant super tough puff, but I don't know if I want to dye that one. So I got those on sale. And I got some red Wool of the Andes Superwash Bulky because someone asked me to speckle on already red yarn. And so I thought that could be a fun over dyeing project. But let's see, I needed some more stroll fingering, so I got a bunch of that. I got loads of stuff here, and I got a lot of other random things over there as well. I don't know. Those are some of the orders that I actually placed that I paid for myself. And then I also did place an order at We Crochet because I wanted more of the discounted swish roving, which I haven't even felt yet. And I have a bunch coming. I did purchase so I did do a big purchase And I ended up, if you notice, I bought a lot of the freebie things myself because I wanted them. But for whatever reason, I had a personal coupon that was sent to me. And so I made a really big order and it changed my strategy. It wasn't because I was an affiliate or anything. It was just like, here in your email is a coupon. And I'm like, great. Which, of course, that was like a single-use coupon and not something like I could share or anything. But I don't know what triggers them to send those or anything. Sorry, I hate eating on camera, but I didn't want to leave you guys for too long. I'm going to get some caffeine though and continue to take a little bit of a break. Feels nice and productive. Yeah, I know Red Bull's not good for you, but it'll help me dye some more yarn. Oh, man, I'm so excited. What else did I write down at one point? Ideas for the live stream. Well, that I did. Ooh, I do kind of want to scribble dye something. I don't think I want to do that on the Roving though. Should I go for the neons on the Roving and sort of let the colors blend a little bit on there? I could. I worry about the bleeding and the washing a little bit, but I'm not sure. Like I said, for some reason I was remembering this was at 11. Yeah, go make tea and get a scone. I don't know how long I'll sit down, but I'm just thinking about what else we're going to do. Maybe I should bring over... I could do this. And I could bring over... I won't be able to see them from here. I was like, I could bring over those dye stocks that I have. But I think I want to use... as fun as it would be to try to speckle on the aloft, I think I want to use liquid dyes that I already have. And actually, scribble dyeing onto that could be the best way to add dimension. The colors will spread out a bit, but I don't need to do all over color. I like the teal. I just want it to have a little bit more something to it, is what I want. And so that's what I can do there. And I do have, it's not pre-soaked yet, I have some Stroll and Swish down here. I have loads of other yarn. If there's something that you really want to see me dye, we can see if we have time. You like the idea of seeing the neons on the Roving? Yeah, how much dye do I have? I have, what I said, approximately 150 milliliters of each. That's too much for 200 grams of Roving. Because, see, I could also use those on just yarn. Because what, that's 450 milliliters. I mean, I could do some on the Roving. How would I spread it out well? That I don't know. I'll have to think. Because I wouldn't use all the dye, but I don't think there's a project where I would use 100% of that dye all at once. So that's what I'm just thinking about. I love bright dyed Roving and fractal spinning it. Problem is finding a project. Yes, that can be challenging at times. Oh, now I can say subscribe and turn on notifications. Part of me wants some crackers or something, but I also really don't want to eat those on camera because I get very self-conscious of my chewing. Oh man. Hello, yes, I am actually live right now eating a mini lunch of banana and cheese and Red Bull. Not my best. Oh man. But yeah, I tried. So I was bummed about this, and I guess I should talk about this to call them out. But speaking of KnitPicks, I tried, I wonder if they still have it on here. Oh, they changed it. Good for them. They changed back to the weekly deal that is the calendar, because I think that the free project bag, no, not the project bag, the kit, the travel kit, sold out. Because this was the travel kit that was the freebie, and it now says new coming soon. Because I tried with the 246 day to spend $100 to get this for free, and then I couldn't, and it didn't work, and I was super, super sad. I do love these pouches. I mean, I have, except for the split ring marker, I own all of these other things. Maybe I don't have a set of those scissors. I have to check the other travel kit. But I also did buy one of these this year because, as I said, they sent me another coupon. No blinking, because scissors, no, tool. Because scissors are the one thing, well, those are cute. There used to be another travel thing, which maybe, oh, the basic travel pack. Okay, this did not come with those folding scissors. This had this little yarn cutter thing, and that I have near my set. So this was a freebie last year, but I did get from We Crochet, what's their weekly deal right now? I guess I don't see that. Maybe they ran out too. I don't even see it on here. That's the same basic travel pack. But I do, I mean, we'll see if it arrives. I did think I ordered it when I ordered through here. They do have different yarns. Can I sort by new? Fluff of the Andes. Where can I see We Crochet exclusive yarns? So DIY Glow, I think that's a Lion brand yarn. Impressionist. Caterpillar. Oh my gosh. Y2K. What is Fluff of the Andes? Highland Wool. This is just single ply. This reminds me of Full Circle. Why is this not on KnitPicks? No, it is. Is this brand new? Why have I never seen this? Bear? Oh, come on. How do I add you to cart? How did I miss this? New yarn lines. No, these are all new. These weren't here before, because I checked. There is Y2K at KnitPicks. And Caterpillar. What? Well, what's up? Oh my gosh. What's up? That's so funny. Low-rise jeans, dial up, berry lip balm, chat speak, fetch, inflatable, chillax. Oh my gosh. Okay, but we gotta, oh my gosh. Okay, what's Caterpillar? Ooh. Oh, that's so pretty. Cotton and merino. This picture, what that looks like. This looks gorgeous. Blue and white stripes are softened with a black halo. This is so pretty. As is this green. Oh my gosh. I am obsessed, and I don't know. I'm just adding them to my cart. What? Because I checked, because sometimes they release new yarn during the sale, and one of you were telling me in the chat. I mean, it's possible. So like if I go to my shopping cart, it's possible that if I don't, I could purchase this all from We Crochet, but those stripes in there, it's so cool looking. Tuesday afternoon on KnitPicks. Wait. Okay, so one of the 3 yarns was introduced on Tuesday afternoon, so it wasn't there in the morning. I don't listen to the podcast. Maybe I should listen to the podcast. I know that they've given me a shout out on the podcast before. Yeah, the travel kit, and so then I was like, oh, but I did, as I said, I purchased one myself, and it's funny because I was like, I don't need this, but I want it. I don't need it at all. And I was like, at some point, I have so many duplicate notions that I have a little bin of like notions that I've received in different club boxes back from like Knit Crate and things that I'm like, I don't need because I have similar ones. And at some point, maybe I'll use those for some kind of Black Friday thing in my own shop. I don't think I'm going to do this year, but at some point, I have so much yarn that I haven't even dyed myself, more than I could ever need, and I just have a lot. And so at some point, I might do like a de-stash grab bag kind of sale from some things that were in my personal stash, but not this Black Friday. I don't think I'm together enough to do it. Oh my gosh. You're currently in the hunt for an interchangeable case that doesn't cost the same or more than a set of needles. Barry, I am also wanting a new case. And, okay, we're going to go back in shopping. Because I was intrigued by, wait, there's a case for cable case and cable sets. Binder. Okay, I was intrigued by, and I'm not going to buy, because I'm like, ooh, wait, refill pages, because I have so many interchangeable needles, and I have a lot that are, like I have multiple sets of like size 5 and 6, and I have shorty ones, and I have square ones, and I like to use them for different projects. And so I was like, ooh, a binder where I could refill the pages to get the like pouches or the slots I need. And okay, these don't come with labels with the size, but I could write those on. The reviews for, where is it? The binder are not great. So I have one of these binders for crochet hooks. I'll go get that in a moment. And I don't hate it. But the reviews are not good, and they basically talk about how they wanted something where they could hold multiple sets of needles, and this can't, like, if you fill the pages that come in it, you can't close it, and so that's a problem. So I want something like this that is a zipper pouch that conceivably has refillable pages, and that is fabric, so then maybe I could add like a fabric pen or something to it. I want something like that, but I haven't found it. Let me go, I'll go get some of my stuff. My basket of stuff that I keep downstairs. Okay, so this is, and it still has a label on it, this is a hook case from We Crochet. It's great size. I love that it's zippered. And the cloth, but it's not a binder, you see. And so there's the cloth spot for the hooks. The problem is that there's not labels, so I can't tell what size my crochet hooks are looking at it. Now, these are all random hooks, like probably from Joann's or something. Some of them may have been my grandmother's. On the other side, these are hooks I got, I think, at a discount from from We Crochet, and I haven't used them yet, but I like it. They have these rubber handles on it, and they're really comfortable. And so I'm really excited to actually use them because they feel very ergonomic and cozy. And so this fits well in the binder, but I think that other binder for sale is about the same size. Now, I also haven't used it. I have an interchangeable crochet hook set, crochet hook set, that, because I've tried Tunisian crochet once, and I want to try more of it, and so it must have been on sale, and so I bought it because I couldn't help it. And so that right now fits neatly in this little zipper pouch, and so then it's like, oh yay, I can keep all these crochet hooks together. But this isn't a binder, so there's not space for more pages. But you can see how I have one of the pages full of hooks. I have basically another set in there. Not much more would fit in this. So if the actual binder was this thin, you wouldn't be able to fit much. And so that's a bummer. But my current situation is I have one of these rolls for my interchangeable needles. And so I love it because it's labeled. You can see all my like options needles of various colors. I love that it's labeled and that the sizes get bigger so I can fit the really, really chunky interchangeable ones down there. And then I have some refills here, and in one of the zipper pouches I have even more refills because the second layer, like there's a lot of sizes I don't have, but the problem is that I don't want to put size 6 in a size 10 slot up there and get confused. Because some of the newer needles that you get from KnitPicks, and actually the square ones are some of my favorites, the newer ones have in tiny, tiny font engraved on them the size that they are. The old ones don't. And so I do keep like a needle gauge thing in here, so that way I could double check. But therefore I don't want to put things in the wrong spot. And the other issue is if I have the shorty tips in any of the pockets, then you don't know they're there. So I want something that is like a zipper that is less clunky than this roll. And so that is my dream. And a tangent. Who all has made their own needle hook case, and how would you ever compare it to the price of the pre-made one? See, I think the only size I could make myself is I can make something like this myself. Not necessarily as well, but I could make something like this. In fact, okay, the way I know I could make something like that is, so I once made these bags for my kids, and it has these little slots here, and you can fit markers, like thin markers in it. So I have done something very much like what this other project was. And then the bag even has like a divider in it. Oh, back when I was learning to sew, I did so many things. I had this book and I was working through all the different projects. The other thing I've been looking for, I want more cases like this. This is where I keep a bunch of my project keepers and whatnot. Separate from my downstairs notions bag, because I have multiple. But actually, Keith got me this. I think this is from Bertie Parker. Yeah, I think so. So this is another, like, it's both a ruler. I think it snaps. Yeah, it's a ruler and a needle gauge in leather. But then it's also like a bag strap. Like, that is such a cool thing. I love Bertie Parker stuff, and jewelry too. And so, anyway, that's a bit of my personal collection. You rated covering a regular binder and making or buying refill pages. I mean, the problem is, like, the refill pages KnitPicks has, I'm like, okay, could I get another binder for it? But I don't know if that's like a regular size, and so I don't know how I'd find a binder that fit those pages. And so then I'd have to make something, and yeah. Yeah, and so I just have to figure out what makes sense, because for my double pointed, for my tiny, so I have a roll for double pointed needles. And where are the rest of my hooks? Oh dear. But it is also messy and slippery, and there are 2 rows, but it's just hard. And I worry about things falling out of it, and I would love something that was just zippered. But I think that there is no great solution. But for my tinier DPNs, I still keep them in this original case that they came in, because it's got the sizes. And so that's the thing, is like if I remove things, then I can't keep track of the size, and then that's an issue. But, and then I lose them, and yeah, but so anyway, I just put everything in this basket the other day, because I always leave things random places and then lose it and then get upset because they're lost. And the reason why I own so many sets of like size 5 and 6 interchangeable needle tips is that a lot of times I have a lot of WIPs around, and then I'm like, I can't find that needle, and then I find a project bag where the needle is later. And kind of like having your double pointed needles in a cup on the shelf. I'm just not sure I would be able to tell what size they were. And I feel like at one point I bought a case of interchangeable needles from KnitPicks, like a whole set. At one point they had a Triad set, and so they had 3 different types of tips. They had metal tips, they had the wooden tips, and then they had these clear acrylic tips. And the set had like one cable, and then it had like, I think they were probably like size 6, 7, 8 or something, which I thought was brilliant, because then I was like, oh, I like the wooden tips. The downside to wooden tips is that if you leave it on a bed and lean on it, then you'll snap it, and that is not good. Of all the KnitPicks needles, once I had one that like wasn't glued properly and needed a replacement, and I don't know if I was like talking on the phone to them or something, if I called versus emailing, because I mentioned how, oh yeah, I just broke one because I stepped on it on the carpet, and they offered to replace that too, and I was like, no, that was my fault that I stepped on the needle. Like, it's wood breaks, like it's not a manufacturing defect if I step on it. And so I think I've broken only a handful of them over the years. This is also why I have duplicates of the sizes I use the most, because it's a shame when you have to wait for a new one to arrive. Oh, we have an in-chat review of the KnitPicks binder. You tried the KnitPicks binder and you were pretty disappointed over the quality over some time. The Della-Q one was much better. We found it was not as wide. Does Della-Q have a binder? I'll have to check that out. But yeah, having multiple different bins for notions and stuff, like, it makes sense to have all of my specialty progress keepers all in one little case. And a lot of these are freebies or ones I made, and then a lot of them are ones that I've bought and stuff too. I have some also from Birdie Parker. I really want a laser engraver. It does not make sense for me to buy one. All right, I did not finish my Red Bull. We went on a tangent, but we can dye more yarn. Hey, at least this tangent was very much knitting related. But clearly you can see, and this is not just me as an affiliate, KnitPicks needles are my favorites. The one thing I have not bought that I want, that I really, really, really want, are, what do you call them? Straight needles. the straight needles I have are all like inexpensive metal ones. Some of them did belong to my grandmother's at some point. Some of them I bought. There's no real way to tell the difference between them. Those I have sitting in a cup in my office. But truth be told, I rarely use those. And so getting a set of fancy wooden ones, I don't know if it makes sense beyond having a pretty display. And so that's what's keeping me from doing that. But we're going to add to our slop bucket. But it's why I feel like I can recommend KnitPicks like needles and stuff, because I use those. I love their interchangeable needles. And in fact, even if I'm knitting something flat, I'm going to use the interchangeable needles. And likely this started when I was in my lace weight phase. Knitting lace and color work used to be two of my very favorite things. I used to love doing mystery like patterns and stuff where like you would get clues released every couple weeks. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. What was I saying? But so when doing lace, because it gets so long, then you want the interchangeable needles. And so then I just started using those for almost every flat project that I have. And so that's why I did that. All right, let's think about colors. We'll set those aside. And okay, so we're dyeing over a teal. The base color is a teal. And I already said that, okay, what about using midnight blue, which is a little bit purple, pecan brown, and do I want a third color? Yeah, maybe we'll use some emerald green. Now that one can be a little bit of a bleeder, but I don't think we're going to use a ton of any of them. And I did talk about doing some scribble dyeing, which I don't think anymore is going to work. And the reason why I don't think that that's going to work is because I don't think I feel like transferring these dyes into different squeeze containers. Maybe we can squeeze directly out of these dye stocks, and you know what? We'll do a little test. I know this one is squeezable. Sometimes they get clogged. But see, I worry about adding too much dye. So that was squeezable, and that just added a lot. What about you? You are also squeezable, but I think too much dye will come out too fast. But we could do little drips of color. Maybe that's the way to do it. To try to do it as slow as I can, but we'll see. Okay, I need to film a clip, but actually the way I'm going to go about this is bring over our pre-soaking fiber. It's the next day and we'll be dyeing this shortly, but there might still be some patches that are a little bit drier, but not many. And I do see a tiny hint of color in the water. Not a lot. Like, I would not call this severe bleeding, but this definitely is not colorless. If I tilt it to the side, you can kind of see. Now, this isn't something I would worry about, but it's possible if you had this soaking with something white. I don't know if there would be color transfer, but it's real. I'm really only pointing it out because this, sometimes when you wash something and you see a little bit of light color in the end, maybe that could be from the original color. And so that's why I'm pointing this out. Okay. I feel a little vindicated here. For our dye colors, I don't want to completely transform the teal. I like it. I just want to dance around the color a little bit. So we're going to play with some midnight blue, pecan brown, and emerald green. And all three of these are 1% stock solutions that I made another day. And a 1% stock solution has 1 gram of dye dissolved in 100 milliliters of liquid. Cool. And now we're going to get our hot plate. Oh my. See, this is why we use a secondary container, because someone has dripped. Okay, and if we accidentally get a hole, burn another hole in this thing, I'm not going to worry about it. And I think the reason why it happened last time is one of these screws on the bottom got really hot and was touching the bottom. And so I'm curious if I'll be able to see anything, and I'll move things around. Okay, those tips are like very high above the surface. I must have had the counter sort of bunched up beneath it, which is a shame. Okay, I'm gonna need to move things, and hopefully I'll make sure that you guys can see the pan I'm gonna bring over. It's not plugged in yet. To make sure you can see, and at some point, okay, you can mostly see. Let me see in the chat. KnitPicks Dreams Deluxe is the first set. Huh. All right. Okay, you can mostly see. All right. I'm going to start filming on my electric hot plate, but then I might eventually transfer the yarn to over to my stovetop, mainly because I am dyeing this in a live stream. And so if you want to make sure that you know whenever I go live, subscribe and turn on notifications so then YouTube can let you know whenever I stream. And when I'm streaming, it's easier to use the hot plate, but sometimes I'll also use the hot plate because I have things on the stove at the same time, or because I just feel like using the electric hot plate. It isn't plugged in yet, though. How much water do we need? I'm going to start off by bringing over 4 cups of water, but I would like you to pay attention to how clumped together the yarn is now compared to how it was when I first skeined it. Because when I first skeined it, it was like fluffy like air, and part of that is just the water. Now, it's going to be really hard to see changes on here because it is so unbelievably dark. But I'm gonna try my best. And it looks like 4 cups of water is pretty good. I'm gonna start heating things up because I want things to be hot before we start adding the yarn. Now, a hot plate tip: when you turn it off, always unplug it, just because if you have bumped one of the dials, then maybe the heat could still be on and you don't know, and you want to avoid that. All right, but we want to add acid. So let's add 2 tablespoons or approximately 30 milliliters of white vinegar. And to stir it up, I'm just going to tilt the pan like so, and then let things sort of even out. Now we can keep a close eye on the water level in here. If we needed to, we could in theory cover this with tin foil, but wouldn't it be hard to add more water with acid to the pan as needed? So I'll come back once things have warmed up a bit, so that way we can start adding dye. Woohoo! And now we'll be able to keep a close eye on this, and it can heat up while I come and just chat while we wait. Okay, so let me find alof. I did bring this up earlier, but then I can give you guys the fiber content. So I don't think I said before. Okay, 72% kid mohair, 28% silk. And Kanai, this is the one that I am dyeing. And it is on sale if you want to get some. It's a beautiful teal, beautiful color. To camera. Yee! Because now I can keep an eye on it. Ooh. I'm starting to get loopy. Yeah, but I think this is my last, besides like finishing up some of these videos, because some of the things are have to wait a couple days. This is probably my last big dyeing day before Thanksgiving. And so, yeah. But the good news is that and also the other reason why I'm doing this is because I'm about to go into editing lockdown mode. Da da da. Because I have 10 videos for Hanukkah that I need to edit. And Hanukkah starts on December 7th. And so actually, if you buy a Hanukkah yarn sampler now, I think there is a good chance it could still arrive in time for Hanukkah to start on December 7th. But I certainly cannot guarantee that it'll arrive in time. I will certainly ship things out as soon as I can. I think I have it set to like 3 to 5 business days, but sometimes if I can, I will try to get it out the same day. It depends on the schedule, but I am just trying to prioritize getting those out to all of you. Oh man. And realize I have not checked. I mean, I suppose I would have heard if I heard from Keith. Oh, I did hear from Keith. I'm streaming. We'll get back to you, but probably one. We might need to get. Cool. It's like checking on everything. Nice. Cool. Okay. Just like sometimes I have to check. That said, I always get my packages from you within 2 to 3 days of me shipping them. Yeah, it's possible that there have been some years where the USPS has had a massive slowdown in the speed that packages are shipping. And so that's why I'm being very cautious, because it could take weeks for something to go. And that would not be ideal. And especially with Thanksgiving, when there'll be days that have no post office like movement. And I won't be shipping anything between, I guess I might ship things Wednesday morning before Thanksgiving, but on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, I'm not going to be shipping. And then I'll have my own Black Friday sale, which I do. I haven't decided all of the things that I'm going to do, but there are some things that historically I do every year, and so some of those will probably exist. Now from here, I am starting to see steam. You can see it mostly on one side, probably because one burner up there is bigger than the other. But I'm still going to wait a tiny bit longer. But steam is good. Probably should just flip the pan around too. But instead, I'm just going to wait. Oh man. But yeah, shipping can sometimes take a while. Yeah, both being on the East Coast I think helps, but I've been really surprised how quickly some things can go. It also depends which post office I drop packages at, how fast things get scanned in and move. Like one of the post offices that I feel bad, they're all very nice there, but they don't like it when I show up with a lot of packages. When I'm like, but you don't have to make all the labels for me. I've pre-ordered all of that. And so, yeah, I feel badly. All right, I should stand up now. But it feels so good to sit. Now is the time when I can mention I dream of building my own dyeing studio where I can have a desk. One side is heating up faster than the other, so I am going to flip the pan around and allow things to continue to heat. Also, the bottom of the pan isn't completely flat, but that burner is larger, so legitimately it can take longer. Although I am seeing some steam down there as well. We don't really want any bubbling, so maybe we're about ready to go, and I can just reduce the heat a little bit. The problem with these kinds of setups and burners is that it's hard to reduce the temperature, the heat quickly. Typically, I would say it takes a while for it to cool off once I'm done dyeing. But we're gonna start coming in with some color, and I'm gonna try to go directly from these dye stalks, and I'm hoping the color doesn't come out too fast. Maybe that came out a little faster than I wanted. We don't need to add too much. I am surprised how much I can see that on the fiber. And so you can note there's some smaller sections and then some areas where the color is going to spread. And we're going to just go with it because the goal is just to add a little bit of dimension to an already really beautiful color. Okay, this squeeze bottle is a little easier to control. I'd like something non-repeating, and so with the brown, I'm going in more random, somewhat splotches. Hoping to get a little bit all over, but not too much. And I'm anticipating that the colors are going to spread because this is non-superwash, and that's what I'm expecting to happen here. Okay, and finally we're going to have the midnight blue. I might come and move things around after a little bit to let some of these colors spread out some more. Okay, this one I'm able to drip. Midnight blue does have a little bit of some reds in it. It is not a bright blue, but it is a pigmented color. Because I considered doing something like scribble dyeing, but I didn't want to try to get too much coverage. I don't know. I mean, I know that this looks very dark and very random right now, But at some point, I'm going to try to help these colors spread a little bit more. But for now, I want them to stay put a little bit because I don't want to blend everything too much. So I think what I'm going to do is reduce that more. I don't like those bubbles. Oh, but see when I moved the pan, see how that just changed where the dyes are? So I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. But I'm also going to mix up a little bit more water really quickly. Okay. Right here I have 2 cups of water with 1 tablespoon of white vinegar. And I am just pouring this down the edge. In theory, I don't want to shock the fibers by adding too much cold to hot, but I didn't like how dry the edge was seeming, and so I want to increase the water level, even though this is gonna change the temperature a little bit in here. So I've only added a little bit of it so far, but we will add a little more shortly. Again, I'm gonna set a timer for 5 minutes and then we'll come back. I didn't want the water level to get too low and have anything scorch. But I can say is that the sections of color have become larger, which is what I wanted. I didn't want it to be speckled. I wanted it to be a little more variegated, but still just really, really dark. I thought it would be a fun thing to do with this. I also wasn't sure if we'll see the halos dye more than the core. And so that's another little question that I have about it. And yeah, it was just a combination of someone requesting me to dye a dark color and just to add more dimension to it. And I've also only dyed this fiber type maybe once before. But you can see how it's still dark. It's very dark, but it has a lot of more dimension in there. And so if you were even going to just hold this together with a solid yarn, that would add just a really subtle like shifts to it. Because I made once, the only time I've used yarn like this is when I've held it together with something else. Oh no, I can't read the rest of the comment because there's a little heart thing and I can't see. So pretty. What something? Oh, what green? What green is that? The green dye I used was emerald, which I think might be fluorescent. I know. Surprising, right? Because I was using the black light on something that had emerald green, and it glowed, and I was very surprised. So emerald green might have like the fluorescent yellow pigment as the main yellow in there. It's my hypothesis. But it's clearly not marketed as a fluorescent color, and next to like an actual like radioactive, it probably wouldn't glow, but I was very surprised. As I'm like trying to get the last drop. Get some energy. Now once I decide that I'm done with this color, then I will take this over to the stove to finish heating it. So this way we're not trapped in the, okay, we gotta wait 30 minutes now, which sometimes in a live stream like this we might be, but we don't have to do that today. Now, we could do some dip dyeing. We could mix something, and that could be fun. We'll see what we have left in the end, because I do have, it would be fun to dip dye like a black light blue tonal yarn into more things. We could dip dye into black, light blue and then dip dye into another color. That's another project we could do. Ooh, black, light blue and emerald. Ooh. That could be fun. I don't know. I don't have too much other yarn pre-soaking, but I can pre-soak some more. So if there's something in particular you'd like to see, well, I probably only have 2 hours worth of time. But if we do think we want to dip dye something, I can work on getting a pot hot. But first, we'll probably do that roving that I set up earlier today. That one was a last minute addition when I was like, ooh, here's a bunch of roving. See, I've been trying. I listen. People want more roving videos. So then I'm like, okay, each time one comes out, I should try to make sure, or each time I've edited one, I should try to film a new one so then I can have them in rotation. I'm trying, and actually, oh, I don't think that you can see it though. I'm browsing. Where is my thing? Okay, if I go to Lab Partner. Okay, so if you want shoutouts in one of my videos, there's a few ways you can do that. You can sign up to become a Dye Pot Weekly Lab Partner. And if you become a lab partner, you can pick the yarn base, which of course you can't see the options here. You get to pick the yarn base, tell me your least favorite colors, which are colors I will avoid, and then I'll start filming an episode of Dye Pot Weekly using that fiber and just come up with something that'll be fun and I can give you shout outs for. There is a second way you can become a lab partner. Oh man, my 5 minutes are up. You can become a last minute lab partner. And last minute lab partners are very similar, except when you're picking the, and you can't see these choices, when you're picking the video and the base, in the video description, I will have some hints. So like there's option A, which is roving choice, and I mention that there's 2 different types of fiber you can choose between. So there's a roving one, and it gives you a hint of what's happening in that video. And then there's another one that is, you know, a figurine sock, and it has the fiber content there. So you can pick a video that I've already filmed, and then I will film a lab partner shout out to include at the beginning and end of the video to you. It's just then you know a little bit more what the project is going to be. So if you sign up before I film the video, the project is a surprise. If you sign up as a last minute lab partner, then you know a little bit more, or you can, if you choose to, know more about what's going to happen. And that also is a way you can make a project that I filmed. I mean, the 2 that are there right now, I filmed recently, but it's a way you can make a project, and a lot of the videos that I'm working on today will eventually end up probably in the last minute lab partner queue. If you sign up for one of those, that means that I'm going to edit it a lot sooner, because that bumps it up the queue. And so that's what that is all about. And I want to just check. Checked. Okay. Oof. I will say color-wise, colors are looking pretty good. Well, 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 let me tell you what I see. After 5 minutes, it seems like a lot of color maybe has either struck or is just sort of hanging out where it's placed. Because what I can see in here, hopefully this doesn't block you guys too much as I move this forward. I see some green dye in the water there. I see some midnight dye there. And maybe some green sort of in the middle, but otherwise, I think a lot of the other colors may have struck where I've placed them. And I am gently moving the fiber and get that down off the edge to just sort of see what's happening. And I mean, I guess if I check, a lot of the color has struck. And the color differences and shifts in here feel very subtle. I could add more dye, but I also don't think I want to because I don't want to lose some of that teal. And we do have some color coming back out of some sections, so that's worth noting. But I think what we have is gorgeous. So I'm going to add some more water to increase the water level so things won't dry out. I want to sort of push things away from the edge. In general, don't stick your fingers in a hot pan. This is not that hot. I just added some water and the heat is on low. There, again, are some sections of some bleeding, but I am going to heat this for 30 minutes. I'm going to try to stay below a boil so that way we aren't going to have a lot of agitation on the surface. And I'll do this over on the stove so that way I can work on another project here on the hot plate. But after 30 minutes, we'll check back in and see if we still see a little bit of some color bleeding or if our colors seem to be set. Because again, and especially on camera where I think we're a little overexposed, you can see how we now have just like a little bit more depth and dimension in here. It's not a solid color, but it still overall reads very, very teal. And so you can't see the dials anymore, but I'm turning off the hot plate now, unplugging it while I go and move this so that way it is off. That's what I recommend for safety. Sometimes it's worth including those safety notes. Okay. Whenever I turn on a gas burner, I always like to double check that it is actually, oh dear. I was still recording. I always like to check that it's actually on. Our roving has soaked up most of the liquid, and I'm coming over to a hot plate that I have unplugged but is still warm. So I'm going to want to add more liquid in here pretty quickly. Okay, I'm bringing over another 4 cups of water. Even though we will be adding dye, and with that dye more liquid, I don't want to scorch anything. And so I am pressing this fiber and spreading it out a little bit more. There might be some pastel patches and colors will likely move up the center, but we have things pretty well spread out. And now I'm actually going to plug the hot plate back in and turn the heat back on so we can warm this up before we start adding our dye. Screenshot, Rebecca. At this stage, I would also like to add some acid. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tablespoons of white vinegar. And I'm just kind of gently distributing this by pressing. Again, the heat is on, but it is not hot yet, so I feel okay doing this, but make sure you are careful when you have the heat on. All right. And now we're gonna let things heat up before we add our colors. And our colors today are gonna be some really neon fluorescent colors. Over here, I have some 1% dye stocks of Jacquard's Black Light Blue, Hot Fuchsia, and Fluorescent Yellow. These 3 colors are all fluorescent. Technically, the yellow and pink pigments are fluorescent molecules themselves. Black light blue is a combination of a fluorescent colorless acid dye with a blue pigment. And so that blue itself is not fluorescent, but it does give us a blue that glows. If we need to, we could supplement this with some Caribbean blue or something, but we'll see how things go. But anyway, these are the colors that I plan to use on our roving. And we'll have to figure out how we're gonna do this. Oh no! Realize that I am completely blocking you. I am so sorry. Let's see what I can do to figure this out. Because also, at some point soon, I should be able to move. That's better. At some point soon, I should be able to move something. I don't remember. Okay, but that is better. Then what I should be able, and I can reduce the heat there. I did not set a timer. We'll set a timer for, let's do 27 minutes because that seems about right. It's already on low. It looks like our colors are striking well on that alof yarn. At some point, I can move. So, what was I thinking I could move? I don't know. Yeah, and I will adjust the camera. I keep blanking on what I was saying that I could move. I don't remember. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to take just a quick break, and then we'll check in on the fiber. Hello, I'm back. All right, I added a poll into chat oh good, we're starting to see some bubbles here. And I'm gonna film one tiny clip. With this hot plate, things heat up on the side of the bigger, burner first. So I'm just going to flip this around so that way we can heat up this edge of our fiber as well. All right, so my plan is to do with these colors. We are gonna have the yellow in the middle, the pink on one end, and the blue on the other. That gives us the best combinations of these three colors. But I've started a poll because I could apply the colors concentrated and do the total amount of dye here in the middle and let it spread. And like here on one edge, let it spread, and we could have some pastels and white, potentially less blending. Or I can dilute the dyes first and spread each of them over a bigger area of color. Now, if I add them in more concentrated, I can use a spoon to help spread them out a little bit, but I'd have a little bit less control. and then if I diluted the dyes a bit more and then spread them out over an area. Because I think I'm not going to want to use too much of any of these colors. So I'll have to think about how much to use. And so hopefully this is explaining the different options that I just put in the poll and what those mean to me. Concentrate it and let it spread seems to be winning. I think that that's my inclination too. Because if I add too much water volume, that's going to really spread the dyes out a ton also. So that is something that I need to consider. But I'll give the poll a couple more minutes. And if you're curious about the poll and where you can find it, if you go over to the chat, that's where you can see it. So, you know what I need to do though? Probably need to reduce this. Because we're getting warm. All right. Oof. And I'm back. I'm really excited about this. I love how like thick these braids look because of the way they spread out. I wish that like when I braided my hair, I could get something that like thick looking. I think it would involve a lot of teasing. My hair is pretty slippery. Okay. I think we'll go for concentrated. That's what my gut said too. Now, the question is going to be how much of the colors to use. I can use my big graduated cylinders here. Where are my safety glasses? I would like my safety glasses. And I would like to adjust this as well. There we go. Okay, we'll start with a little bit and then we can always add more. The only thing I'm nervous about here today is that I could add way too much of these neon dyes and then it could be challenging to get it all to absorb. So that's what I'm nervous about. But we're going to start by adding yellow, and I'm carefully adding 15 milliliters to each braid here of our fluorescent yellow. And I am going to work it through a little bit. And the main reason why I picked a syringe to help me out here as I then spread this a bit, and you can see it's going to be leaking in between the skeins a little bit as well. The main reason why I picked a syringe was just so that way I know I'm not going to add too much dye. And we might choose to spread it more in a bit, but that's just to give you an idea of how I plan to play with this. Okay, I'm choosing to do yellow in the middle because the yellow blends with both of these other neon colors really, really well. The blue and pink, whatever the colorless fluorescent acid dye is, does not do well with pink pigments. And so again, I'm going to do approximately 15 milliliters of this hot fuchsia on each skein. Originally I thought I would do it in a line, but this really works. And don't worry, we're going to try to work it through more. Certainly I'm working it down towards the end because I'm going to want these colors to spread, but I also don't mind if we end up with some whites and oranges. I just want the spread to not happen too quickly. I want to be able to control it a little bit. And so I am kind of excited to see what will happen. I have done color mixing with these 3 colors. Pop it up. And that was a note for editing Rebecca. But we likely will have some more neutral notes if all 3 colors end up blending. You can see we've got a little bit of pink that's traveling down here, and it might travel down more. We could end up with some blending of all 3 colors. Okay. Now, black light blue is a stunning color, but is way less bright compared to the other 2. And I probably will double this up, but you can see just using the same volume of the dye, it does not go as far. See how soft it is compared to those other colors? Yeah, we'll want to use a lot more of the blue. But even though the blue pigments themselves are soft, they definitely glow. And it's funny that you see so much more glow around the edge here because where it's so concentrated, it doesn't glow very well, but everything here is fluorescent. We'll look at it under a black light when I can remove more of the ambient light later. But yellow is absolutely the brightest. Okay, let's add more of our black light blue before we go ahead and try to spread all these colors a little more. And this time I'm starting to try to spread it a little bit more myself, using again 15 milliliters on each braid. And now I'm working this through more. We might want to layer on another blue, but I'm going to leave that up to chance a little bit. Let's now go over here with our pinks and spread it out. And the thing with having the dye in this braid is that, or crochet chain really, is that where the dyes are starting to mix and blend, it'll be a little bit variegated through there. And I can bring some of our yellows down onto the pink. You can see things haven't really struck a ton yet in here because when I take some liquid and move it down, that displaces part of the color that was there already. But I can take this yellow and move it further down as well. So I don't think we're going to need any more yellow or pink necessarily. It's just the blue that we might need to consider having some more of. And that's okay. Because I can come in and add just like a little bit of blue here, and a little bit more blue down here. To just pump this up a little bit, and you can see the colors really aren't striking that fast. Now, there is a chance now that we could lose some of that yellow, so I probably want to stop spreading it. But I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm enjoying like playing with this rainbow. I probably should have used a little bit less of the pink. I don't know. It's funny because when I press there, it feels very pink. I think I'm inclined. conceivably to add a little more yellow. But you know what? Things are spreading. I'm going to let it do what it's going to. No, I want to add a little more yellow. Not a lot. Just a little bit. I'm not even working that all the way through because I'm going to let that just be what it wants to be. This is pretty. I think on camera it's looking less saturated than it might be. Maybe that's a little better. And you can see that the colors are spreading up. This is so pretty. I want to add acid. And I want to add a lot more acid. Now, you see when I add this on that it looks like that color is disappearing a little bit. That's because our colors are not striking yet. So there's a chance this won't work and the colors are just gonna spread and spread and spread, and then I'll be sad. I really don't want to be sad. I really want this to work. So we're gonna cross our fingers, okay? And I'm gonna set a timer for about 10 minutes and then we'll check back in and see how much things have spread. Oh, I'm nervous, everyone. I'm real nervous. I love this. I love this. I'm afraid that things are not gonna stay put. And I want things to stay put so badly. Oh man, I really like this. I really, really like this. Oh. The good news is our other yarn is looking on the stove is looking great. Really great. More blues, yeah. You're so spoiled with pre-filmed videos. You just want to fast forward and see how it goes, right? Oh man. And the funny thing is, I guess I've done a little bit of back and forth between different projects today, but not as much as I can do on some days where I'm really like hopping between different things. Because if this was on the stove right now, I would then start hopping back and forth between the two videos a lot, or the two sides of the stove a lot. Occasionally, I do lose footage when I'm sorting the raw footage because if I'm working on multiple projects, I might accidentally pop the washing of one project into another folder. When I get the raw files, I tend to sort it all into different folders based on project. And then once that video is edited, it goes into a different folder. And I deal with things that way. But sometimes then I find the right washing scene that I thought I lost in another folder after the fact. But other times, if I'm not finding a file, I can tell because things are named in chronological order. Sometimes I can search and find it and get lucky. Other times I don't get lucky though. You'd be interested to try it again with the acid already in the water. I did have acid in the water already. I added acid to the dye pot, to the Roving before I added any dye. And I added more after because of how much things were spreading. And so I'm looking here and it seems like the orange and the green are spreading more and more and more and more. No, I'm losing the yellow. I don't want to lose the yellow. Oh well. It's hard to know how things are going to travel because things, when you already have dyes that strike slow, then there can be an issue. So I feel like on the other camera the blue didn't feel as pastel, but yeah, we can probably add more blue. We'll just see how much things have spread before we do, because the concern is also just that it'll turn into a muddy mess. So that is just the other thing I want to avoid. Yeah. nope, I want my ringtone on. I want to turn the media off. And I can go, yeah, so I added, oh my gosh, I just added like 6 more tablespoons of white vinegar. So I think this had 12 cups of water. I added, there's a lot of vinegar in there. It's just the two things. One, colors spread more on roving. It's because on yarn there's a twist, and that, like, I don't know. So things spread out more because the roving, there's no twist there to sort of stop the diffusion that can happen. And then on the second level, it's funny. Like, part of me is like, oh, if I didn't push things around, would it have spread? And that, I don't know. I couldn't help myself. I had to touch. I couldn't no touch myself. I have a no touch emote, ChemKnits emote, which is what I'm sort of referencing. Yeah, if it was superwash, things might have struck faster, but again, with it being roving, things spread more. Yeah, no, my no touchy. Cause yeah, where's my emote? This is like my no stir, do not touch. Oh man, oh man. Could you hump up the yarn at the intersections of the colors? I could. Oh, it's so funny. Look at this line that we're getting. Because before I had things blended, but the pinks are just sort of moving down, and now there is a line in between those colors. Oh my goodness. Because I feel like, oh man, I want to just roll back even like 7 minutes. Oh yeah, those colors are moving. I probably just shouldn't have touched things at all. That pink is just moving. That is so funny. Now you want to watch Emperor's New Groove? Oh man, wait. That I love that movie. But yeah, you can see like where the orange has spread to. We lost the yellow. That happens. I don't know if I've really ever done neon roving. Have I? I really don't know. I don't know. I must have, but this is the first time I've tried this specifically, and so sometimes things work, sometimes don't. Now I'm partially regretting not having a time-lapse filming, but the funny thing is that we sort of have, I'm like watching, and I'm going to move my mouse to the spot where it is now on the top one, and then see if that has a, like how far that's gone in a little bit. Oh, I'm so curious. It's moving. It's already moved past where I put the mouse to keep an eye on it. Oh dear. Poor yellow. Oh, it's still very, very pretty. It's very, very beautiful. It's just really, really funny. So when the timer goes off, that's technically the timer for the aloft. And so I'll talk here first because then I won't have moved where the camera was before I swap over there. But I'm not even going to check in on anything else because I don't want to. Now, there is a chance that at some of the middle sections that are hidden a little bit with the braid, we could still have some yellow in there. Maybe. But also maybe not. So, ooh. Oh, I know what that is. Fine. I play Pokemon Sleep, so I was just feeding my Pokemon. But yeah, I was very curious. It's funny because I'm curious if when I stand up, I'm going to feel like the blue is out of balance, because I definitely added way more than twice as much blue compared to the other colors, and so I could still add more. That wouldn't be an issue. Or I could add Caribbean blue. I think in this situation, what is better to do, it's better than adding more black light blue, would be to add another blue, like adding turquoise or something to the black light blue mix to add more blue pigment there. It's just the ratio of the colorless fluorescent acid dye to a blue pigment is they've sort of optimized it so you maximize the fluorescence. The more blue you add, the less fluorescence you will see, because there's something else there. It's sort of like why Purple Pop isn't as fluorescent as just pink, and that's as a fluorescent pink. But the way that color is moving through is pretty. It's just fun. I keep checking my phone, which feels rude. Do you think that the dye travel line would happen on yarn too? Possibly. I think it feels fairly unique that we're seeing like a line where the diffusion is happening. Part of that could be because one side of the pan is warmer than the other, and so that could cause a difference. But that's just, it's so funny that we have a line where before we had more of a blend. I'm going to reduce that because we're getting a lot of bubbles. See, the blue feels on par with the yellow. I know you guys want me to add more blue. I'm inclined to just leave it though. And could we see this happen with yarn? Maybe. The one thing I am slightly inclined to do. Okay, here's a question. This is an important one. Let's see. Pull. Well, let me add an emote. Touch, don't touch. Okay, new poll. Should I blend out the line? And here's the pros and cons that I can see there. Oh, there goes the timer. I'll pop back over. After 10 minutes, we have a lot of color spread. Oh, those pinks have traveled down. And in fact, there's a line that sort of shows where those pinks are currently. I do see a little bit of pink in the water here, and it is slowly moving more and more. I don't know if it's just because of a temperature difference, but this is a lot of diffusion we're seeing happen. The yellow is mostly gone, and that is what it is. But now I have to decide if I want to take my spoon and blend this line out a little bit or not. The reason why I might want to touch it and blend it out is so that way there's less of a harsh line there. But if I touch it and blend it, if we have some yellows in between the folds of the fiber, then we might lose those because we'd be blending there and lose it. And of course, if we do have a line in where the color is, because this is braided, it's going to be more variegated, and as it is spun, that will blend out the harsh line, because when you are spinning yarn and drafting it, you'll be pulling the fibers apart, and that will soften and blend any, quote, harsh color transitions. So that is a place where colors will already become blended. So I just have to think and decide if I want to blend it or not. But while I think, I'm going to set another timer for, let's wait 5 minutes this time. And chat, that's to give you time to think, and it gives me time to go film a clip that you can't see, where I'm going to turn off the heat on our aloft yarn. It has been 30 minutes and I've had the heat on super low this whole time. I don't want to move this very much, but all of our color is in our yarn. Ooh, I'm debating. I think I'm going to remove this, and I don't even have a my tongs or anything. I'm going to move this and set it aside so it can cool. I'm going to make sure this is sitting over a secondary container, because sometimes these aluminum pans I use can spring a leak, and I don't want water to drip. And maybe we'll reuse this dye bath for something else. I don't know. But certainly we want our yarn to cool off completely before we wash it. And just check out that like subtle dimension we have in here. Soft areas that are a little more blue, a little more green. It's super subtle. I don't know if I see the brown as much. Maybe we'll see it when it's dry, but maybe also it just added a little bit of dimension. And I'm excited. Here it is. Very subtle. Okay. I need to bring this back over. Oh dear. I don't know how much the line has moved. That's where it was. It's not moving very much anymore. I think it's sort of averaged out. But this means I'm hesitant to take this and move it over to the stove. And so that is a concern. If I was going to move it over to the stove to finish heat setting, and I suppose at this point we did 12 minutes, we're just doing 5. We can let it sit here another 15 minutes before I go move it. But yeah. And we'll check, not at the line, but we'll check down at the blue end shortly. Don't touch. Okay. I'll leave this up until the timer goes off, but my plan is to not touch. It's going to be exactly, it's going to blend when it's spun up anyway. If it was yarn, and you know what, it's, at least on the bottom, the line feels a tiny bit softer. If it was yarn, I might be more inclined to try to blend it out, but it's not yarn. Exactly, the blended as you spin. Pink on the blue section. So I hear you. That is something that would be very fun to do. However, with this particular pigments I'm using, adding pink onto the blue will remove some of the fluorescence that we get. And so that's one reason why I didn't. Otherwise, I probably would have put the blue in the middle or the pink in the middle. I don't know. I could have added pink to the other side, yes, but the main reason why I didn't is because it just sort of makes, it has less fluorescence, and I want to show off the fluorescent blue with the other colors, and so that's why I did this order. Earlier in this stream, we did color mixing of the 3 colors, and then I mean, there's a lot of light in here because I have a lot of natural light in my kitchen, but even under the black light, when you mix black light blue with hot fuchsia, you have less fluorescence than you would if you had either one on its own. I have been doing such a good job drinking water while I'm streaming. I will be very tired tonight. I probably will wait and wash things tomorrow. So, right, I guess when the timer goes off, I'm going to set another timer for 15 minutes. And then at that point, I'll move that. And so then we can do another project. I don't have anything else pre-soaked. So if there's something that you want to see, then we could do that. All right. Oh, no. Don't touch is the winner. Let's see where it was. The colors are definitely still spreading. I think at the last clip it was a little over there. Not very fast, but the line maybe is a little less harsh. I don't know. Certainly, when you combine hot fuchsia with black light blue, it makes the colors muddier sort of instantly. And things just feel less bright and neon. Not that the blue feels that neon right here, because I could pump it up more, but I'm not going to. What I'm going to do now is not touch. At least I'm not going to touch in there. What I am curious about, okay, we have a hint of some blue left over here. That was one of the things I was curious about because I don't know how quickly, like black light blue strikes pretty quickly to a superwash yarn, but this is non-superwash. So we're going to let things sit for another 15 minutes. And then we will have had over 30 minutes of heat on this fiber. And so we'll see where we are then. I am going to reduce the heat down there. That end is warmer. And yeah, we'll see where we are in a little bit. Okay, 15 minutes on the timer. And I can't right now see any evidence of any melting, so, of the work surface. Oh, it's my pleasure for explaining. I do plan to do more projects mixing the pink and the blue at some point. Currently, the only thing I've done is that I have published as a pre-film video besides the color mixing I just worked on was some dip dyeing. But one of the, I think if you sort of scroll through the video, I don't know if it lets you see like a little preview while it's live. I would say sometime before the first hour and a half. Oh no, maybe not. Because maybe I did that after the dip dyeing. No, not the dip dyeing, after the unboxing. My brain. Okay, but in 15 minutes, we can do something else. I have a pan. Okay, we could scribble dye something with the dye stocks. We could, I have the rest of these fluorescent colors that we could play with. And I still have like syringes in there, so we could play with that on some yarn. So I don't know what I want to do or what you would like to see. I am torn. What do I want to do? Ooh, but you know what we can do now? And I still have, at least this is not doing much of anything. We can check in. Ooh! Now, I don't really have a lot of space. I'll move my computer. So right here, am I on screen? Yeah, this is our overdying zebra yarn. I can't tell if I see a lot of zebra markings. Yeah, I can't tell if we can still see the zebra, but what I can tell is that the dye bath is almost completely clear at just room temperature. So almost all the color has struck to our yarn in just a couple hours. I realized I probably should film this, and I don't want to move that camera right now. Otherwise I would. But maybe we'll be able to do a check-in. The problem is that I can't move the hot plate for a while. Okay. What do we want to do? Is there a color that you guys really would like to see as I debate what yarn I want to pre-soak? To me, it looks like the line isn't moving anyway. Well, see, I have the benefit of checking the footage. And so that's how I can tell that the line has moved, because I can check the previous clip and see that the line has moved a bit from there. But it's moving a lot slower than it was before. Because I have, with all the stuff I have, I could mix some colors. What colors of things have I done a lot? Anyway, what's happening to the blue? The blue, I don't think the yellow and the blue are moving very much. The blue is just more of a pastel, even though I've used twice as much. That's just because that's what the blue is. What do I feel like doing? I could just use that Leave No Dye Behind random mixture I have and dye 100 grams. Ooh. We could dip dye something. It might be harder to see at this point. I'm torn. Black, purple, and speckles with base yarn showing through. That sounds, Kimmy, that sounds stunning. I don't have all of those colors on hand down here right now. I think, but I like the idea of that color combination a lot. That sounds like a very me color combination. No, because I think I'm most tempted to use these fluorescent colors because I have them here, but they take longer to strike. And so this is when I'm like, oh, did I use too much? Should I have used less? So that's one thing I would like to use up. I would also like to use up something else, but my brain is blanking. I have a bunch of other dye stocks of colors that in theory I would like to use, but I technically have a yellow, and then I have a primary blue, and then 2 different primary pinks. So I have options there. A fade in one color. Ooh. Yeah, we can do, why don't we do an all-in-one pan thing? All right, that has given me an idea. It's not going to quite be that, but it's going to be related. So I'm now going to pre-soak 300 grams of Stroll fingering weight yarn. And this is yarn that pre-soaks really, really fast. So, excuse me, it does not need 30 minutes. But we're going to do something that I've done a version of in the past, but I haven't done this in a while. And the funny thing is I've done this with speckles. I don't know how well this will work with what I'm going to do today. but we're going to have some fun with it and see what we get. And so, and if I hate it, then I can always over dye it. But I like the fade in one color. I think what I'm going to try to do is we'll attempt to do some kind of fade all in one pan kind of situation. And I could bring in some speckles, but I think the speckles I have are slightly random colors and I don't know what they are. And so we'll see what we end up with. Okay, but I'm going to want to put away these fluorescent colors. And I wonder what two colors I should use. I would like something that strikes quickly and something else that spreads. What do I have? My choices of colors are fairly limited. Because we could do mostly all one color. It'd be fun to have something else peeking through. I still see so much color. Oh man, okay. I need to grab something else to put in my stomach because I'm getting hungry. Where's the lid? I knocked off the lid of some pickles, so I'll go over by the sink and eat some pickles. What else do I have? I have a dried fruit bar. That'll work. Nope. Nope. There we go. While I wait. So I had an idea. I loved it. But I think I'm going to save part of the idea for another day. Because I think I would want to do that more with speckles, and the liquid dyes will spread more. And I think I'd like it on minis, but less so on I think to do the fade thing all in one pan, I'm going to want to do it with dry dye powders, and I don't feel like wearing the respirator mask while I'm streaming. So instead, I think that I'll do sort of a tonal yarn gradient thing, but in one pan. So we'll try to go from dark to light in an immersion pan instead of dip dyeing it. probably use midnight blue because that's the color I have the most of. Just being honest. Robin, you weren't expecting me to still be live. Oh, I'm still alive. Thank you. I'm glad you like the roving. No, I'm trying to get like stuff that can be edited over like Thanksgiving or something if I need to like escape people, or honestly over Christmas. During time with family if I like need something to do. But also, it means that I have stuff that's filmed that I can use should, like if I get sick or something and can't film for a while because I lose my voice, then I have content ready. And these last few months, when I haven't been working at my usual pace, I've gone through a lot of the backlog of the stuff that I've had filmed and ready to go. And yeah, I want to try to, by the time Hanukkah starts, I also want to have my videos ready for the rest of the year as much as I can. So that way I can relax when Hanukkah is over. And I know I could take a break from showing videos. And like today I'm streaming instead of having a pre-edited video. And on Tuesday, I'm going to release an episode of Dye Pot PS instead of Dye Pot Weekly. And so I'm doing, I feel like I'm releasing less than normal still, but I'm hoping to just, you know, I've been editing things for the next available slot more recently than what I like to. Yes, I'm planning on using midnight blue because I think I have the most of that color, and that's why I'm choosing to use that color. So there are a few different ways I make decisions for my videos about what colors I'm going to want to do. One of them will be looking at the dye stocks I have or the dyes already mixed with citric acid that I have on hand, and then I will use those because I already have those mixed. The other thing that I do is I'll either go up to, I have things sorted by like yarn weight in my shop inventory upstairs, and I'll go and I'll look and be like, oh, I need more dark saturated colors, or I need more blue, or whatever. Or I'll go and look actually on my shop website and determine that. And so that is another way that I will make those decisions. All right, it has officially been over 30 minutes. I'm going to turn the heat off here. Not because I don't think we should have more heat, but I also think that some of these colors will strike more as things cool off, maybe. It looks like a lot of our yellows have struck. I'm not seeing any color there. And the amount of blue left is truly minimal. But we have a lot of pink. I think I'm going to bring this over to my gas stove and I'll heat it over there on super low for another 20 minutes and then turn off the heat completely. But that does mean I'm going to be moving this over to my stove. And when I move it, things could shift around a little bit. Deep breath. Okay. Oh, come on. over on my stove. I don't think things shifted too much, but maybe things moved some as I moved the fiber. But I have the heat on super low, and so I'll heat this for 20 minutes. Then I'm going to turn off the heat and let things cool off probably overnight here in the pan, and we'll see where we are tomorrow morning. I don't think I'm going to check in once the 20 minutes are done unless I observe a major change from where things are right now. Okay, yeah, I don't think it's worth checking in on that again right now. Just in terms of editing. Okay. Now, I did not rinse out the other steam pan, but I did dump out the water, and I'm going to add 4 cups of water to it because I don't want the pan itself to get too hot. And this is because even though it's off, the hot plate itself is still warm, and so by having some water in here, I'm not going to be like heating a pan. Think about heating a pan with oil and then like adding water and seeing the water skip around when it's really hot. We do not want that. So by having water here, the water might warm up a little bit, but we're not going to add our yarn and sizzle it when we add the yarn. Y'all watch the edited releases anyway. Oh, awesome. Did you already do the unboxing? Yes. I think I have a timestamp. I don't know if timestamps work yet. I will try to edit that later. Okay. Ooh, let's zoom in on Midnight Blue. I'll do an intro. Hi everyone, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we are going to play around with Dharma's Midnight Blue acid dye. And we're going to create a colorway all in one pan where we're going to have different amounts of saturation of the same midnight blue color. Right here is my 4-inch deep full-size catering steam pan. It has 4 cups of water in it just because it's on top of a warm hot plate that isn't plugged in, but I didn't want to scorch or sizzle our yarn when I bring it over. But we don't have any acid here in our water yet. These are all the pauses that I end up cutting out. And so to our water, I'm going to bring over 300 grams of KnitPicks Stroll fingering weight yarn and bring this through. Now, it is not under a lot of immersion right now, but we have enough liquid in here that we should not be getting too much heat from our pan below. But I just want to spread this a little bit, and we will get a little bit more water shortly. Stroll is 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon. And if you want to learn more about this yarn base or the other tools and equipment I'm using in my videos, I do have links and affiliate links down in the video description, and so I might earn a commission if you make any purchases through my affiliate links. And if you're wondering why I have to say all that now, the FTC recently-ish changed their guidelines for like influencers, I guess. And So if you're using affiliate links and the video isn't sponsored, you need to tell viewers that basically defining what an affiliate link is. And the reason why it's I might earn a commission is because it depends on the brand, and it depends on like different companies have different lengths of time the tracking works. For some of them, for some links, it can be 30 days. So I don't know for sure if Amazon is like this. I don't remember their timeline, but there are certainly some brands where, say, it could be 2 weeks or 30 days after clicking on the link. So if you add things to your cart and come back a few days later, I might still get credit for the sale unless you clicked on someone else's affiliate link. And so then the most recent one you clicked on is the one that gets credit. It's sort of the way that works. They use certain little codes to tell where the link came from. And so then that's how they give credit. When you did the voiceover and zoomed into the blue, where we were supposed to see the picture zoomed in? No, exactly. So I zoomed in. You can see a little hint sort of up there of the DSLR lens. And so that when I zoomed in on was this label right here. I'm not using the angle that you're seeing for the edited videos, which is a really excellent question. For the edited videos, you'll see, I guess, a more cropped version here versus the whole counter. You guys are going to get some extra stuff, I guess. Let's bring over another 4 cups of water. Filling up this memory card. Let's add another 4 cups of water, which maybe I'll regret. Yeah, maybe I'll regret that I added more liquid without adding dye in it. But you know what? We'll figure this out as we go along. We currently do not have any acid added in here, and I have to think about how I'm going to do this now. I think I actually want to remove that liquid I just put in. So what I'm going to do is quickly remove our yarn. So I'm realizing now that I should have added dye to that. Okay, I'm removing the yarn, and I'm going to now remove 4 cups of liquid, which I can do because this isn't that hot yet. And the reason why I'm doing this is because since I'm planning on adding color in liquid form, dye in liquid form, I don't want things to strike too fast, even though there is a little warmth. Yeah, the hot plates are warm. Okay. Let's do, how are we going to do this? And take about half of that. Okay, so I've got 500 milliliters of water, and I'm going to add 5 milliliters of Midnight Blue dye. And we'll see if this will work as our lightest color. Now we're going to start adding more liquid. Right now I have 500 milliliters of liquid, but it only has 5 milliliters of the Midnight Blue dye. And you can see that we've got a lot of pigment in here. Now, I have not added acid yet, but you'll notice this color is striking, because if I try to move it down, we're not seeing a lot of color travel. And we do not have color all over all of the yarn yet. And so how am I going to want to do this? And so it's funny because when I do a yarn lasagna, I do that with dry dye powder. And it's a little both easier and harder with some pigments to spread things out. So I just flipped those sections over and I'm adding more dye. But you can see we're going to get like this variegated section here for what I want to be my more pastel end. But I'm going to have to be really careful about spreading the color through sort of as we go. And the color is not going to be the most even, but the other colors we eventually add might spread more down here. It's okay if we have some going up there. We'll be adding a bigger amount of color further down, but I think that this will be the lightest edge. So I'm going to unflip this back over, and we're going to get ready to do our next section. But again, what we had in this first section, as I pour on the rest, was 500 milliliters of liquid with only 5 milliliters of dye. That's not a lot of dye. It's so pigmented. Okay, let's do, I want to pump up the volume. This time we've got about 400 milliliters. Are we ready to go all the way up? Yeah, let's do it. Now I'm coming in with a lot more dye. It's a lot concentrated. I used about 60 milliliters, 1/4 cup of dye, plus a little over 400 milliliters of water. And I'm pouring this on here before starting to work it down towards our lightest end. And you'll notice that the tone of our color feels quite different. It feels more purple up here and more blue down here. I think the tone of it does shift, which is interesting to me. Okay, we're going to take more of this. I don't necessarily want to use all of it because I don't know what's happening down on the other side. I doubt the color is going all the way through. And so we might need to add more color. Now the Midnight Blue dye started at a 1% stock solution. And so that is 1 gram of dye dissolved in 100 milliliters of yarn. But my plan, and so far so good here, with more dye, we are able to work this through more. And don't forget, we still have no acid in here. And because there's not acid in here yet, that means that the color isn't striking that much yet. But we might need to add more color onto the other side at some point. But unlike that first section, I can't exactly flip it, because if I were to flip it, then the dye would move around too much. Now, of that mixture, I have, oh, I guess I didn't use that much. I have maybe 250 milliliters of that mixture left, which I'm going to set aside because we'll use that in a little bit. But now we need to work on our deepest area. Oof. Okay, how are we gonna do this? We are gonna use, and we're gonna make this more concentrated. I'm gonna do a 1/4 cup of midnight blue and a 1/4 cup of water. Approximately. For this last mixture, I used about a 1/4 cup, or again about 60 milliliters of midnight blue and a 1/4 cup of water. This is to dilute it a little bit so I can attempt to spread it out, but I am first going to straighten out this yarn. Again, I've not added acid yet, which helps us spread things out. But we're starting to see here, not only am I adding the color that is darker, and we are going to try to work this through as much as we can, but this is demonstrating something where sometimes the concentration that you have the dye mixed in matters. And hand painting like this is one of those circumstances where it does matter. Because if you, I didn't use all the dye here, but I portioned out the same amount of dye both times. And the only reason why the volume difference matters is because I am applying physically more dye with less liquid to this top area. And I'm gonna add even more, I think. And I might add more directly just from our stock solution. Maybe I'll dilute it, because I want to make that even deeper. But let me go wash my hands. Because ultimately here I am dyeing this by feel. Do that over at the sink. Okay, it almost looks like I have a light shining down there. So this is giving me more of our darkest color, and we're getting more and more liquid in here, but I'm just applying more dye down here. And so the only reason why the concentration of dye matters is because of how much you can spread it out. If I had the same, and I didn't quite use all of it, I saved some. If I used all of this 120 milliliters of dye but spread it out all over the yarn, we would have overall a much lighter color. But because I have some amount of dye concentrated at one end, that is giving us a much darker color down there, because it's about how much you can spread it out over all of the yarn. And this is like hand painting, except it is immersion because we have a lot more liquid in here, and I do need to start adding some acid. But if I was trying to add less liquid volume and I was using a foam brush to apply each of these colors, the concentration that I have the dye would have made a difference, because if I was applying the same amount of dye the same volume of dye, but one of them had a lot more dye per volume of water, then that's going to be darker in that section. So I'm not really keeping track. Oh, that startled me. Some packages, but not yarn, so not exciting. But oh, that made me jump. I don't remember what I was last saying. All right. I haven't really been keeping track of how much acid. I'm going by feel, but certainly we have way more than an equivalent of 2 tablespoons of vinegar per 8 cups of water. Way, way, way more. And midnight blue is a color that absorbs really well. But let me think real quick. The maximum amount of dye, because I haven't used all the dye I measured out, would be 185 milliliters of dye on 300 milliliters of yarn. And that is a very reasonable amount to use. Now I just plugged the hot plate back in so we can start heating this. But as we wait, I'm gonna work that acid that I added through a little bit. And you can see that we have plenty of water here. Now, we might have some variation and tonal variation in sections, and that is also totally okay. But we have a ton of dye down there. That is great. And hopefully by working it through, we will have some really nice color coverage. But there might be some sections that are darker and sections that are lighter. And when we flip the yarn, we'll be able to apply more dye to the other side. Now, this is all one color. We have a bit of a gradient in here. This isn't quite like dip dyeing because you can see we've got some steps here. There are some demarcations of where the different, we increase the amount of dye. And conceivably one could sort of adjust that more, but that would be a lot easier to do on a non-superwash yarn. I find even without acid, colors start to strike to superwash yarn at my house really, really quickly. But anyway, I'm gonna set a timer and let's check back in after 15 minutes. Once I see some steam here, then I will reduce the heat on the hot plate. Did I say 15 minutes? I think so. Yeah, the only, since I wasn't sure if what I was saying was clear before, I just want to say again that the many times the total amount of dye you're adding to the yarn is what's important. If you're kettle dyeing the yarn, the volume of liquid or the volume you mix your dye in doesn't matter if you're trying to apply that amount of color all over to the yarn. You could do that with a bit less water, a bit more water, that's not important. But when you're applying dye to a smaller amount of your yarn, not all over, the volume can make more of a difference. Because if I took our 1% stock solution and poured that on directly and didn't spread it, that's gonna be way more concentrated than if I took this initial color and poured it on because I only had 5 milliliters of that dye in because I only had 5 milliliters of dye mixed in 500 milliliters of water. And so those would look very different, even if overall, that doesn't make sense. Those would look really, really different. But if I took 5 milliliters of our stock solution, poured it on, we'd have dark color in a small patch. 5 milliliters of dye mixed in a lot of water, poured on, allows us to get a pastel over a larger area. And so that is one reason why you might do different volumes. Screenshot. I hope we have good coverage. Okay, and I cannot, since I still have my monitor charging, I could not see the chat during any of that. The color here doesn't show as much of the reds. It is a bit of a redder blue. Let's see. I'm almost Canadian mixing it imperial or metric. No, I'm an American scientist. So my favorite measuring cups that I have say the number of milliliters on them. And so I find that to be very, very handy. But I think it's funny, like measuring a cup in the US is different from, I don't know if it's Canada or the UK. Because one of them, it's a more precise thing. Like in one of them, one cup would be 250 milliliters, and here it's a little more like approximate, not quite. But yeah, because I refer to metric things a lot, but sometimes because I have measuring cups, that's a cup, that's why I might say, okay, I'm gonna add a quarter cup of dye or something, because that's what I have, you know. You're not good at winging it with dyes yet. That is something that took time, and sometimes I might still make a bit of an oops. And it takes some time to get used to what colors you can really wing it with and which ones you can't. And I still get surprised sometimes. And it's not just the dyes itself, it's the dyes and then also the type of yarn or fiber that you're dyeing and how things can behave differently. Yeah, the blue, but the blue, when it was really pastel, struck really, really fast. But yeah, this is really fun. Because it's funny, people ask me sometimes about when I do like a yarn lasagna, which is really just a way of making variegated yarn but doing a lot more in one pan, because I layer dye and yarn and dye and yarn and dye and yarn. And it works to get good coverage because you're just working and dissolving those dye powders so much that you work it through really well and you get great coverage. The issue with doing liquid dyes is that each time you add more dye, you're adding more volume, which means things can spread more and you have less control over the placement. But something like this would be really hard to achieve. Oh, I don't want skip ads. I was going to automatically put an ad and I just realized I could skip it if I'm paying attention. That's cool. What was I going to say? This colorway would be really challenging for me to achieve using dye powder on a superwash yarn, because some dye powders on superwash yarn, with me adding no additional acid, will spread a lot. Others will have pigments in them that will strike a little bit to where I place them. And so there are times, and certainly on a non-superwash yarn or maybe roving, I could speckle a little bit of dye, work it through, and get a pastel. But that isn't the case with this particular yarn type, because you saw with that pastel color, I had added no additional acid and it was striking really fast, and I wouldn't be able to work it through the whole yarn. And so, yeah, that is something that you have to consider with different colors when you're wanting to get something to happen. But this is fun. And the thing is, I took a guess when I went for 5 milliliters in a half liter of water for that first ratio, and I guessed that it might work well. Glad it did. Very glad it did, because it easily could have done something odd. Yeah, it's funny. The doorbell wasn't what startled me as much as the knock on the door really made me jump. Oh, I jumped so much. It's like there are times when Keith will get home from work or something, and I won't hear him at the door to the mudroom, and then he'll be at the door to the kitchen, and then I'll scream because I'm startled to see someone, especially if it's dark, to see someone standing there when I wasn't expecting them to come in yet. Oh my gosh. I have a big startle reflex. Okay. I think I set a timer, but I do want to go reduce the heat. Ooh. Gonna turn on the camera again. About 8 minutes into the timer, I came over so that way I could turn down the heat. And okay, well, fine. Here's some color. But I checked in the middle and I was like, ooh, ooh. A lot of the color has struck, but I then just found that the edges over here have not yet. So I was like, ooh, we're almost ready to flip, but not quite, because what we don't want is when we eventually flip, we don't want there to be a ton of dye in the water, because then that could make our lovely lighter end deeper. So, all right, we will need to give this a little bit of time before flipping it to check and correct and potentially add more color. Of course, since things are hot and there's acid in here now, whatever additional color we add will likely not be as soft. It might have more of a harsher line to it, but again, we will see. And since things are scrunched up, you know, we've got lighter and deeper patches in this middle section you can kind of see already. So this isn't a perfect like gradient, but it is a fun variegated tonal kind of effect. And a little update on our roving. It is still warm. I still see pinks in there, but that's going to happen with roving. This is reminding me that I can start cleaning up a little bit. Oh dear. So what haven't I done? I haven't done a leave no dye behind, but I probably don't have time for that today. That's okay. It's okay to not have everything done. And oh, I keep leaving up that little camera. This is the problem with when I stand up and the real time being on a delay compared to what is live being on a delay to what is real time. Because when I stand up and I'm not watching on a delay, I'm watching what's live up on a little iPad up there. I don't then see the little picture down in the corner. But because it ran out of battery, I also can't bring it closer to me. So it's a little silly. Yes, there's going to be some really lovely tonal changes on that lightest end. It is super, super pretty. But look, guys, I haven't done a live stream this long in a while. I'm really excited. I will probably have to head out soon so that way I can start turning the house back into like a regular kitchen. And thankfully it's not raining or anything outside. This is the downside, because normally with the hot plate, what I might do at this stage would be to, if it was like summer, I would stick it outside, but I don't want to forget it outside because it starts getting dark at like 4 here now. And that's a bummer. I'm excited to see this one dry too. It's very, very pretty. Midnight Blue, it's funny, that's a color that I didn't use for a really long time, and I'm really excited that I'm using it more now. Really, really excited about that. Here we go. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I have not checked my email. I think since I started, I've checked other things, but not my email. Have I received no emails in all this time? Winter sports registration. for high school. Why am I receiving? I should find out why I'm receiving an email for the high school that isn't even the high school my kids would be going to. That is weird. That is really, really weird. Ooh, wait, I can do a little unboxing while I wait. It's not yarn though. This is Rebecca Gets Dirty on camera. I mean, a package arrived while I'm live. How can I not open it? I mean, I'm not opening the Amazon packages because I don't know what's in there. It's potentially boring. But it also could be a sequin jacket for Ryder. Well, this is a lot smaller than I was expecting. Pokemon cards. It's a little booster bundle pack, but that has 6 boosters in it, but it's so small. It's so funny. I mean, I'm gonna have to share this with the kids, but also because I know he doesn't watch, I think we're gonna try to make Keith a new Pokemon card deck. How's this open? Ooh. Well, that's adorable. And it's just 6 booster packs. And it came in this, like, silly little box. It's like, I don't know. Not the most exciting unboxing. I think I was expecting this to be a lot bigger. Oh, this is so tiny. But that's okay. That's okay. You go back to watching the yarn. Midnight blue will go with almost anything. Yeah, it's funny though, because when you put it on top of a little bit of purple, or if I had a little bit of pink at the lightest end, it would look so purple because of the way this color is. You're doing a gradient in a Kelly green to midnight blue. Ooh. I really want to do, at some point, teal and midnight blue is 100% on my list. Those original 15 minutes are now up. There's not, okay, see, sometimes when you move and you're like, oh, there's so much color, then you move this down and there's like a little pocket. Okay, here there's some more. So we can like lift the yarn, let that color go, distribute it on this section. See, that's not much. But see, we've got some lighter patches down there, which on one hand aren't the end of the world. On the other hand, it's not what we're going for with this particular project. So I want to flip it soon. Oh, you know how we can do this? Need gloves again. Okay, this is what we can do. I'm going to pick this yarn up and flip it down there and put it down. Flip it towards the bottom and bring it back. Pick the yarn up. Flip it towards the bottom. Put it back down. And now we can flip the bottom, and oddly, this end right here feels quite cold, which is odd. Okay, but now we have areas, and I'm moving this lightest edge down a lot. because we can work on fixing that later. But the area where we're going to need the most fixes are sort of this middle section. So here I have that medium amount of dye, and I brought a spoonful over, and I'm attempting to work it through. I might need to dilute it a little bit more to really have a better shot of working the color through, but we're going to try. Because see, it might be a little too concentrated, but this is what we've done, and so I'm going with this. And the reason why I'm putting it on the spoon versus just pouring it is because with it on the spoon, and if I take a little bit less, when I go down, I can add water to it here at this section. So maybe I just needed to use a little bit less dye at a time, and then I can spread it out. And so then I'm looking for lighter sections, bringing in just a little bit of dye, letting the water dissolve it more, so then I can spread it. Because otherwise, if I was putting, ooh, there's another white patch. I mean, it's possible we'll be doing this for a long time, and oh dear, it dripped down there. Yeah, this medium color, we did not get a lot of spread. And so this one is going to be patchier. It's funny because it looked like it was so smooth, and really we missed a lot of different areas. That's okay. This yarn is still going to be pretty even if we have like true pastel areas where we didn't initially plan for it. Yeah, because here, how will I do that one? Okay, I'm getting like just like the tiniest amount of dye on. And then I can work that through a little bit. It's okay for it to be a tiny bit pastel, but this is just letting me get a tiny bit more color on there. So I want more color there. But yeah, this middle area is going to be fairly tonal. Oh my gosh. Like the color correction required here is harder just because like I think that you would want to, and this is not something I actually want to do, I think you would need to wash the yarn, remove the acid, and then work on applying color to some of those areas if you wanted to quote color correct it. But I don't really mind. This just shows why, in theory, dip dyeing could be easier, but one reason why dip dyeing is not easier is that you get differences with the yarn as well. And by what I mean by differences is that with dip dyeing, sometimes there's area, like you don't get the same like gradient transition everywhere. There's some differences there. Okay, I have our darkest dye as well. Let's straighten you out. There are some areas near the top where I want a bit more dye that's darker. So here I have our darkest dye, and I'm going to do the same thing I was doing before, but this is with our more pigmented color. And I was realizing that that was there, but so we're bringing in the spoon and just bringing down that color. Now, if I had flipped the yarn beforehand, if I had flipped the yarn before we added like the rest of the color, then I probably could have been able to get more evenness on this middle section, which is not very even. But that's okay that it's not even. We've got a lot of tonal variation down here as well. It's possible that once I check the yarn again in about 15 minutes, I might find more areas in here that I want to apply more dye to. And there are a couple right now that I want to. So what I'm going to do is rinse my spoon in the deepest area, and then come get more of our diluted dye and bring that in over here, trying to spread it out. But it also is striking fast, and so that's giving us this lovely tonal effect in here, which I'm quite digging. But okay, I should stop. Let's wait 10 minutes, and then I'll decide if I need to add more or what we're gonna do. Because I could just keep adding and adding and adding, and it would be beautiful, but I don't think that that's what we need. But what I do want to check, oh, I added more dye down here. The things are looking pretty clear. So I think it might not even take 10 minutes, but we'll be able to lift the yarn and move it around and see if there's anything else we want to do. Oy, that's a long clip. I dislike it when I have video clips that are 10 minutes long. Even though there's a lot of pauses and stuff, it's just more effort to edit. More effort. But this is really, really pretty, and I haven't done something like this in a long time. Ooh, I like that color. I bet, yeah, I think Kelly Green and Midnight Blue would be a lot of fun. Ooh. It's funny. It's funny that we have so much more color, or not color, so much more heat down at the darkest end, which in this case is really helping us. But I will probably move this over to the stove once I'm done streaming, in part so I can get this hot plate cooling off, and in part I can get the heat a little bit more even. But that's getting very active. I need to turn that down. I was like, I don't like that much bubble. Turn that down to low. Okay, moving things. I'm gonna prep for moving that to the stove in a little bit. I will say our rainbow yarn, I mean, it's still warm. It still has some pink in there, but it's fine. Whew. What am I gonna do with the rest of this Midnight Blue? I guess it'll go in the slot bucket, and it'll be a lot of Midnight Blue with hints of other random colors. Random. But anyway, I think I am going to start siding off. I still have to finish this project, obviously. Nope. I keep like clicking on the wrong thing. But anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. I've had so much fun. So much fun, and we've worked on 5 different episodes of Die Cut Weekly today, which is a lot. Normally, I might work on 2, maybe 3 videos in a day. I normally don't do this many all at once, unless I'm doing a lot of things that are shorter. And so this was really fun, and I'm very excited to have this much like content in progress. I'm hoping to get like ahead of schedule again, which although I mean I have to edit Hanukkah, which is going to take a lot of time. But I'm excited because I don't know. I'm just excited, and I'm feeling inspired, and I want to thank you all for joining me here today. Now, please subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. I post usually about twice a week, sometimes more, and sometimes we have live streams along the way and unboxings and all kinds of other things. And so the best way to know when I'm about to go live is by having those notifications on, because in theory, YouTube will let you know about 30 minutes before a live stream starts. And then they'll notify you again once the live stream starts, and so then you can join in. And yeah, if you're looking for other ways to help support the channel, I do have my KnitPicks affiliate link pinned in the chat. It should also be in the video description, I think. Yep, the KnitPicks big sale is here. That's a great way if you want to shop there. You can also support me at the same time, so that's a big win. And you can also shop in my store, ChemKnits Creations. And my Hanukkah samplers are ready to ship, and there's a lot of other hand-dyed yarn that has been featured in my videos, and so it is just a lot of fun. Oof. I still can't believe this is in the shop, by the way, because I knit a hat with this that I wear all the time, and so I don't usually have knit swatches, but I have a knit swatch here of what this gorgeous yarn looks like. It looks like that. It is amazing. So I'm surprised that that one is still there. But anyway, that was just from me scrolling through. And I will pop my shop link into chat as well. Even though that is down below. Hee, my shop. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in today. How long have we been streaming? Well, wait, I could do the math. I started at 9 a.m. So, wait, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so like 5.5 hours almost. Not bad. Not bad. There was a time when I would do like really, really long, big live streams. And so it was really fun to do this today. And maybe, well, probably not December, but maybe in the new year we'll do another, maybe in January we'll do another like mystery surprise where we let like chance pick the kinds of colorways and stuff I do. Those are always a lot of fun and I really enjoy them. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me on a big work day for me today. And as for when this content will come out, some of it likely will come out conceivably at the very end of December or maybe in January. Others might not come out for a while. It depends on whatever I'm filming and if how urgent I feel like this needs to be released versus if I feel like, oh, it can wait a little bit of time. And so then it might end up like being just sort of in the last minute lab partner queue conceivably for a little bit of time, which isn't a bad thing. That means that I'm making content faster than I can edit it all. So if it takes a while, that's not a bad thing. It took 5.5 hours for your work system to kick you out. No, this day has been joyful, and I'm really, really glad. I'm glad that I've been able to just have this much fun today. It's what I needed to do, and I mean, in theory, I should have been editing, but I decided, nope, I want to stream. I want to take a little bit of pressure off of myself, and also feel like I accomplished a lot in a day. And I feel that way. I feel like I've accomplished a lot, and that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So anyway, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits. Thank you so much for watching, and yeah, you'll get a new video from me next Tuesday, so stay tuned. Bye, everyone!